maximize your score within a certain period of time,
and
giving you a lot of really interesting ways to do that. And so what you see here in the image is one of those tools. These are tests that you can choose to take at the beginning of the strong room, and that will modify how your strong room plays out. There's a couple of other images here we can go through as well. Here is the Herogic portal that you'll enter in order to get to the strong room. Here is the gate that leads to the strong room. So you have an ante-room right before the strong room where you have to perform a little test to make sure you understand what's about to happen next. I think there's one more. Yep, here's some combat around one of the Herogic pillars. I'm not going to tell you exactly what the Herogic pillar does, but Herogic pillar is one of those ways to boost your score. So with the Herogic strong rooms, you know, we're really interested in just getting a good amount of feedback about, you know, is it fun enough? Does it differentiate itself enough from some of the other modes that we've created? And so, yeah, let us know. Next up, we've got Escalating Nightmares. Now this one, I just got done playtesting this morning and it's really coming together at this point. We're really happy with it. So this is a progression that allows you to fight through a series of nightmare dungeons. 3 specifically, and each time you enter a new nightmare dungeon, new affixes get added to the list of dungeons, increasing both the difficulty and, of course, the fun part, the reward efficiency. And so it's going to culminate with a boss fight. The one you're going to play in the PTR is going to culminate with that Astaroth boss fight. And in order to get into, you know, an escalating nightmare, you're going to need to get an escalating nightmare sigil. Now this is currently going to drop in Torment 1 from strong rooms. All right, I think there is an image of a totem coming up. So let's take a look at that real quick. Yep. So at the end of a dungeon, you're going to be looking for this particular totem, and that's going to allow you to open a portal immediately to the next dungeon, which is honestly going to create a nice flow state running from dungeon to dungeon to dungeon. So you don't have to back out if you don't want to. You don't have to go into your inventory and hit it again. You just hit the portal and go. So that's pretty cool. With the escalating nightmares, I think the thing that we probably want the most feedback on is actually how you go about acquiring it. Right now, you can only get them in Torment 1, and, you know, going into the PTR, we're like, well, that feels pretty good.
Another boss we're never going to see again, like Malthus.
Do people want to try and experience this earlier? So this is something we'd love to hear from y'all on. Finally, we've got Astaroth Reignited. So Astaroth, of course, is, you know, a very recognizable demon from Diablo 4 base game. And, you know, we were really trying to think of somebody we could put a face, you know, to for the upcoming season. And somebody said, well, what about Astaroth? And we thought about it and we're like, well, yeah, you know, that's kind of unfinished business. Really, this is kind of a rematch when you come down to it, because you defeated him the first time, right? You knocked him off the amalgam, and then you saw him in hell, but we really haven't seen him since. He's just sitting there relaxing at this point. So we really wanted to have this rematch, but if it's a rematch, we don't want to give you the same fight, right? So we've updated the combat mechanics, and there's some things that will feel familiar, but there's some new twists in this fight as well. The final thing I want to say about Astaroth right now is he is not immediately going to the boss ladder. We're really trying to find ways to integrate some of our bosses in new fashions within the overall end game. It's pretty important for us to, you know, kind of branch out. You know, we did a great job iterating on and polishing up the boss ladder last season. So we want to try some new things here, and let us know how we did there. But I think there's a tease of Astaroth coming up, so let's check it out. So here we are entering his lair, and this part of the fight, first phase of the fight, it's going to feel a little bit familiar. He's going to be riding the amalgam, but, you know, pretty soon it varies up quite a bit.
I've killed this guy once,
so
I've never seen any mechanic he does.
I think.
I have no idea.
Honestly, yeah, I don't want to spoil it for folks. Just go check it out when the PTR hits. So I think at this point, we are going to chat with Liam next.
I was running behind him, and then he fell off the mount, and he was dead.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I am so nervous right now. That caffeine is combining with that nervous energy, and it is creating something, I don't know. We're just going to go for the ride.
Ride that wave, Liam. Ride that wave.
Ride that wave. Let's get into this.
Oh no. What? I didn't do anything. Dude, first my fucking power goes out.
So much energy into designing all of this. Oh. We're so excited. I can't wait to tell you about it, which I'm going to do right now in this overview section, starting with these bullet points. So, several spell components. That doesn't do it justice. We have 30 different components you're going to be able to combine together. That's a lot of choice. And you're going to basically be building your own spell. What does that mean? We're going to get into it. And the last bullet point, unique utility. Again, what does that mean? It means a lot. This
is a pretty intricate system,
yeah. These spells are not just like, oh, what one does the most damage, right?
Yes.
It's a lot about like, what kind of functionality do I want with these skills? And you can really customize it exactly how you want.
Yeah, the possibilities are endless. Go ahead,
in previous seasons, like in season 8, you get the power from the boss, and that is the one thing that you have, and that's the visual component. But like you said, you build these Herogic spells. Like you get to pick the different things you want to put together, which is really cool.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so cool. With that said, let's just hop into it. Let's start digging into what these are. All right, so right here, what we are looking at is a catalyst. And a catalyst, for those that don't know, which probably most of you don't know, is the foundation of your spell. This is what gives it its form and its function. And as you can see, there is already so much depth here. It has a lucky hit chance. It has its own cooldown. It has a rank 10 bonus. And it does a really cool effect that isn't just damage. Each one of these, they do something unique that you're going to love to play around with. And there are multiple of these.
So how do we trigger the catalysts in the first place? How do we get those going?
That is a good question. There's even a lot of depth when it comes to that system, and I think the next slide is actually going to be the best thing to convey that. All right, so what we are looking at right here is the seasonal interface for Herogic Spellcraft. And if you look, you will see that there is actually a bar right there on the UI that kind of mimics your action bar interface. And if you notice, when the catalyst got placed into the slot, the action bar skill now has a purple blinking border around it. What does that mean? It means that your catalyst is now bound to that action bar skill.
And that's where the cooldown comes in, right?
Yep. That's where the cooldown comes in. The cooldown is the limiter, so you're not just going to always be able to press that button and make your catalyst fire off.
Right.
It's beholden to its cooldown. But thankfully, ranking up does lower the cooldown, so you're going to get more and more frequent use out of these catalysts as you rank them up and make them more powerful.
Excellent.
Yeah. So that's what's going on in this interface. Let's see what happens when this rogue presses the button with Celestial Surge equipped. Okay, yeah, that's awesome. You see, that does most of the talking for itself. So basically what just happened is that the rogue threw the smoke bomb. And the smoke bomb was the guiding factor for the catalyst. And the catalyst created that arcanic Herogic rune on the ground right where the smoke bomb landed. It did its pull-in effect, and then that barrage of stars just started doing their work randomly all over that area. What do you guys think? Is that pretty cool?
That's pretty neat. And that's only like one of the possible combinations, right? Because like you have one catalyst there and you assign it to a specific skill, but you could pick any of the catalysts and you could assign it to any of the skills that your class has available to it. And the way that the catalyst interacts changes based on the kind of skill you're using, right?
Exactly. So think of it like an extension of your skills. You know, it's going to feel very natural and organic as you're, what's the term? Invoking these into combat. So, yeah, go ahead, Josh.
I really like how you get to choose like when you deploy this in combat, right? If you want it on smoke bomb, it's like, okay, I want to be CCing in enemies, or like I know there's a clump of enemies there. so I can deploy this at a key time. Or if I don't want to think about it too much, I just want it to happen as much as possible, right? I'll just put it on my core skill that I'm pressing all the time, and it'll happen as often as it can. Yep. And you get that choice in how you want to deploy these.
Exactly, and like I said, going to feel natural. If you're a Sorc and you put it on Flame Shield, it's going to summon on your character. If you're using a ranged ability, it's going to go where the ranged ability lands. If you're using a melee skill, it's going to be in melee range on the character you hit. Mm-hmm. It's just going to feel like what you would expect it to be, you know?
Yeah, so the catalyst just really flows around it, however you want to integrate it into your playstyle, effectively.
Exactly. We don't want to spoil all of the catalysts. We want you to experience them on the PTR, but we do have one more for you to look at right now that's really cool, so let's go to that tooltip. So this is the Cosmic Anomaly. This is a summons type. We know players love summons. It's going to scale off summon damage bonuses naturally because it has the tag. It has a passive and an active component. For those of you familiar with Druid companions, this is going to feel really natural to you. It's that same kind of setup. And I'm not even going to mention the rank 10, but it's pretty insane. Just if you read it, that's a powerful effect. So when you reach that threshold, you are unlocking a whole new realm of power for your catalyst. And let's go see what this looks like. What does it look like in game?
Oh, shiny.
So shiny. Look at that.
Very lightning-y.
Very lightning-y. Yeah, that's a... There it goes.
That's a real word, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm going to say it is.
Oh, I love this clip.
Oh, that's so satisfying. Okay, that's also a little heartless. I can't believe the necromancer would do that. Those are your friends, and you just send them to go explode? Unbelievable. But good news, they come back. Your friends come back. So you can go send them over to explode. They do their thing, and then they always return to you.
Yeah, so the thing I really love about this clip in particular is that the Necromancer's chosen this catalyst and assigned it to Bone Prison, which is very clever because they also have a pull-in with Corpse Tendrils. And so what they do is they pull everything in with Corpse Tendrils and then cast Bone Prison, which invokes the Cosmic Anomalies and kills all of them while they're stuck all together inside the Bone Prison.
Exactly, well said. There's so many satisfying combinations for you to discover. We're going to leave it there, but let me tell you, the amount of depth in this system is so fun. We've had so much fun playtesting this internally. So,
yeah. I've been playing it quite a bit in the last couple of minutes or however long, and apparently I lose track of time while I'm doing it. No, It's great. I love it. This is just such an awesome addition to the game.
So far,
honestly, gotta say, I did write the 230 PTR blog. I hope you all like it. But this is definitely a system. Going in and testing it out before to then help write the blog. I was like, the blog is not going to cut it in terms of listing out all the different tools, the way all the different aspects of the Herogic spellcraft interface together. It's really something that you need to go in and play test yourself because of all the different combinations, all the way the different powers interface with each other. It's very hard to get on paper, so it's really something you got to go in and test for yourselves. It's a ton of fun.
Which you can, right?
Yeah, and you get that opportunity. How about that?
Exactly. Going forward, we have something cool to show you. We've talked a lot about catalysts. Now let's talk about infusions. This is another thing you can socket into your Herogic interface. And this is going to change the damage type, the elemental damage that your catalyst deals. And it doesn't just stop there. The damage type has mechanics attached to it that change its function too. Right. So what would you expect fire to do? Fire is destructive. It's really, it's all-consuming. So naturally, it's going to destroy enemy structures. What does that mean? I'm not going to tell you. But maybe you're going to see it in just a moment, actually. But I'm not going to tell you for this time right now. And fire also creates burning areas on the ground that will damage enemies that you keep in that area. And it doesn't stop there. I'm sorry, there's so much depth on these items, and there are 5 of them, right? So you have so much choice. But also, while it's equipped, your fire damage bonus is equal to that of your highest damage type bonus. What does that mean?
Yeah, so even if you're playing a frost sorcerer who just has a lot of frost damage or cold damage, right? You can still use this, and it kind of benefits from all of your cold damage because all the elemental damage types kind of get equalized here.
So I could be, for example, a frost sorc, and I just have copious amounts of frost damage bonus, right? It's flowing everywhere. I have too much of it. I swap in the poison infusion, and then suddenly I have an equal amount of poison damage bonus.
Right.
That's really cool. because my poison catalyst is going to be hitting like a truck, and players love dealing lots of damage, right? Of
course. I love it.
But also, and tell me if this is cool when you guys get to play test with it, the possibilities expand even more, because now I'm a Sorc that has a lot of poison damage. And
What does
Ariel's
that mean?
Visage?
Yeah.
Like, do I want to throw that on my helmet now? I don't know. I've never really had that
That kind of build crafting opportunity.
that kind of build crafting opportunity. So there's so much there. Just can't wait to see everyone's reaction when you all play with it.
And so just to make sure I get this right, I have my catalyst. That's what we see visually in these clips here, like those cosmic anomalies. And we just talked about infusions. And infusions change the elemental damage type specifically of my catalyst, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
So as you're seeing right here, he's swapping out the lightning gem with a fire gem. And now look at them. They're all fiery. They have smoldering flames. And watch this. When they combust, look at it. There's a burning patch on the ground. And you can get multiple of those. It isn't just always going to be one. This is destruction incarnate, right? This is cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And each infusion has like their own secondary damaging or just not necessarily damaging,
converting
but just
your
effects
skills
that
to
they
suddenly be a
apply
poison
as well.
Yep.
In Fire's case, it's
or
the
your
burning.
fire
Yep, it is
boulder.
layers
You're
on
just
top of
converting-
layers,
no,
right?
even that.
So again, we're so excited.
converting your power,
For people
like the
that were
Herogic
closely reading that tooltip on the infusion page, you might have seen a rank 5 bonus. Even more depth. We keep talking about depth. That rank, that rank 5 bonus, we're going to get into it right now. Basically, it allows you to deactivate monster affixes depending on the damage type you are using. So what would you expect fire to deactivate? Well, it makes sense that thematically it would deactivate chilling winds. Those are those like icy winds that monsters can summon in. They like slow your projectiles.
Yeah.
So annoying.
No one likes being slow.
I was just playing a
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, I was
Gotta go
playing
fast.
a Blood Spear Necromancer
And then
season
just,
8, and the
slows
chilling
down.
winds were so annoying.
Oh yeah.
So let's look at a clip and see chilling winds being deactivated.
So this is a different catalyst than we've seen before, right? This one draws like a damaging beam.
Yeah, so this is Disintegrate. It is another catalyst. We're not going to show you the tooltip about all its possibilities and what it does, but yeah, you'll see that the moment he deactivates the monster, those chilling winds just disappear. And they will stay disappeared as long as they are, consistently deactivated. So as you know, this is going to be very satisfying to use. Like, you're going to be able to swap these in, and if certain monster affixes just ruin your day and you really dislike them, well, they're just gone like that. And we have one more clip to show you. Yep, so, okay, there we go. The Waller Wall is just gone. This is also fire because I talked about structures. That's Waller Walls. That is lightning totems, those like things that arc lightning damage, the red lightning damage all around the arena. That is tether points, those things that like chain you to the ground. Fire destroys all of those. So we're going to leave it at that. We hope you really have fun playing around with that.
No more Wallers.
Yeah. If you hate Wallers,
Yeah.
Why?
your problems have your prayers have been answered.
That's great.
Yeah.
Like,
I
why
mean,
did
that's
we
super
remove
handy
elites
because now
from
if
the
you're going
game?
into a Nightmare Dungeon that has a particular monster affix, you can just slap in whichever whichever infusion you need, and then you won't have to deal with it.
Exactly. So yeah, there's going to be so much choice here to like swap things on the fly and react to things to kind of suit your play style. And that's really cool. That's really exciting. But wait, there is more. We have more in this system for you. Actually, we have 3 more socket spaces of things you have to think about while you are designing your spell.
This one's
so
death
let's
time.
get into
and
that.
Someone approved it.
So we have Arcana. Arcana are
Arcana.
going to be dropping in seasonal content randomly in the released version of this season. But on PTR, we're just going to be giving it to you. So you'll be able to play around with all of them. But Arcana are like, think of them like the tuning knobs for your powers. These are small, subtle effects that when you add 3 of them, they really kind of tailor the power, the catalyst, to your play style.
Yeah, so we have. Okay, so let's recap again really quick.
Yep.
We have the catalyst, which is the visual effect. We have the infusion, which determines the catalyst's elemental type and gives it fancy bells and whistles. And then we have the Arcana, which even modifies it further. And like we saw there, like you could make it bigger, or you could give yourself a buff when you use your catalyst and that kind of stuff.
Exactly. So like, let me just walk you through these 3 Arcana right here. So I picked these 3 because they kind of show off different reasons you might use an Arcana. So starting on the left side with Gleaming Conduit, it increases the effect size of your catalyst. What does that mean? Let's go back to the first catalyst we showed off. It was the Celestial Surge where you had the stars raining from the sky. That's a randomized pattern, right? That's a bit of a downside. But with this placed into the socket, suddenly those stars are creating bigger impacts when they land on the ground.
Right.
Meaning by swapping in this Arcana, you are overcoming a bit of that downside and you are making that damage more consistent and just more overall impactful.
Yep, and that's just going to apply differently to each catalyst.
Yeah. For Tranquil Stone, I'm actually just going to throw this over to Charles. Charles, what class might be happy about this Arcana?
I mean, I've heard some classes, necromancer, talking about how they don't have too many options for unstoppable. Well, now you have many, many options, 5 different catalyst options, and tons of different ways to invoke it to gain that unstoppable. So, necromancers, look out for that Tranquil Stone.
Exactly. Yeah. So this kind of goes to that philosophy of these will kind of fill in holes. Oh my gosh, taking my 1 sec. Okay. Technical difficulty aside, I can hear again. Tranquil Stone will basically overcome some downsides of your class. It will, fill in the holes and allow you to overcome things you lack, and that's really cool. And then Potent Alloy. Alloy?
Alloy.
Alloy? Alloy? Okay, I pronounced it correctly. Potent Alloy. We talked about how infusions interact with monster affixes. You're even going to find some Arcana in the mix that will also additionally interact with even more monster affixes.
Right.
So if that really suits your playstyle, feel free to place those in. But wait, there's a little bit more. We're getting there, but there's a little bit more. There are also Legendary Arcana. And when we think about Legendary Arcana, we're not really thinking about...
I really like to put fear into my build.
Pure player power. We're thinking about how hard they are to understand, the depth of them, right? There's just a lot going on. And what do I mean by that? So there are 5 Legendary Arcana that you can discover out there. And as you see in this slide right here, we have Nightmare Orb. But if you look at it, it changes. What's going on? So let's start on the left side. So on the left side, your Nightmare Orb is speaking to the Cosmic Anomaly catalyst from before.
Oh, yes.
And it adjusts its effect to match it. So when you put this on your pet summons catalyst, suddenly they're going to have this little aura around them where as they run into enemies, they're going to fear and slow them. But if we go to the right side, the Nightmare Orb is talking to Celestial Surge. And this does a completely different effect. It's going to fear unaffected enemies. But once the fear ends, you have a chance to create even more stars.
So these Legendary Arcanas care about each individual catalyst then?
Yep, exactly. So the same Legendary Arcana has 5 different variations to wrap your head around, and there are 5 of these. So 5 times 5, I'm going to say the keyword one more time, I'm sorry. That's a lot of depth.
So I feel like you've just presented to me and us a unfathomable amount of combinatorics, Liam.
Yes. Yes, I did. Okay. My earpiece has fallen out now like 5 times.
So the funny thing is, if you guys remember from last stream, Adam's earpiece was falling out all the time.
Yeah.
We actually changed that, and I got the souped up earpiece. So this
So
baby,
unfair.
that's locked in,
So
and we're going to be getting those
unfair,
for the rest of the stream. So as Liam struggles, I benefit.
I'm good for like a minute, and that's probably
I don't understand. Why don't they make like a 3-minute badass music trailer?
We have some really cool video
unlock
content to show
heroic
you. Well,
powers,
the rest of us just
customize
talk
them, and you
broadly
show
about
like
this
some
system and
tools
why
for
we're so
like a second
excited.
and some action.
So everybody,
like this,
the floor is
but
open. What is
cool.
your favorite combination? What are you the most excited about when it comes to these spells?
Yeah, I really think that I love finding ways to get my ultimate cooldown really low so that I can trigger it on my ultimate constantly. It kind of mixes really, really well. I'm just playing like an ultimate build in general. It's really fun.
Yeah, I've got a soft spot for
does,
summons.
exactly.
I really love the Cosmic Anomaly. I love just having a bunch of guys out there, even if they're floaty, glowy orbs of elemental destruction, and love commanding them and having them go and explode. That's just really fun for me.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of playing Barb lately, but I find when I get into the higher torment tiers, you're just like so up and close and taking damage that the survivability does get a bit more difficult. So like having the ability to use some more like ranged abilities to then throw my spellcraft out and then kind of do some CC while I am like an up close and personal player, and like I'll probably play a rogue next season too. So in a similar vein, like being able to kind of like still have those damaging abilities that are, will do damage over distance while being able to like, go heal in the corner. It's nice to just like influence those play styles.
Yeah, definitely. So again, so much content here. We are unbelievably excited for you guys to get into the PTR and try these out.
Yeah.
Again, we've had so much fun playtesting them, and we can't wait to see what everyone thinks about it.
I feel like I got into a state where like I was playtesting Herogic Spellcraft, and I was like, the time just started slipping away. Because like I just started being like, well, what if I like did this catalyst with this infusion and then applied it to this skill? Oh, and now this Arcana matters. And that just happened again and again and again.
Yeah.
It's just so much fun to play with.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a really, really intricate system.
I just want to throw it to Aislinn, and I get to say one more thing.
Do it.
There's more.
There's more. There's already enough, Liam.
Yeah.
You think we need more?
Yeah, you want to throw a whole another layer on top of this, Liam, you crazy man?
Well, yes, you are correct. There is more. There are Herogic Jewels. Herogic Jewels are what you might be reminded by, excuse me, I can speak English. Occult Gems from Season 7. They are very similar to Occult Gems from Season 7. We have a lot of similar effects on Herogic Jewels that you might have seen from Season 7 Occult Gems, but we've added lots of new shiny layers of paint and glorious effects to these Herogic Jewels, and we've also really brought them in and both aesthetically and mechanically unified them with Herogic Spellcraft.
We did it elites
so
and
what you're going
hardcore
to be doing
from the game.
is you're going to be finding these Herogic Jewels through tomes starting in Torment 1. So once you actually get to the end game, you'll start finding the ability to craft these Herogic Jewels. You can then, once you've found the tome, take it to a crafting station and actually craft it with the seasonal currency Herogic Files and gem fragments. And don't worry, it's not as many gem fragments as Occult Gems if you have PTSD from that like I do.
It was a little expensive back then.
It was a lot. And yeah, you can then just socket them into your jewelry sockets and just pump up your build even further. And our first example here is Liminal Echo, which you might actually recognize as an Occult Gem in terms of a cheat death. But we have reflavored it and rethemed it and changed its mechanics to actually invoke Propulsion, which is a different one of the catalysts that we didn't actually show here, but you will see that in the PTR. And it makes you invulnerable, and then it has an ICD. But yeah, we have way more Herogic Jewels than just that. There are 15 total. They all do lots of crazy different stuff. So we're going to go over some of our favorite here just to give you guys a sneak peek. So the first one is Tyrant Bane. You can look over that text there and you might think to yourself, is this Bane of the Stricken? And the answer would be, yes it is. If you are a D3 enjoyer, it is Bane of the Stricken for dot builds. I'm very personally excited about that one. The second one we have is the Starflux. This one is fantastic. It's just punch you in the teeth, straight value, double your catalyst damage. That's a lot of damage though, so if you do want to do that, you're probably going to lose control of your Herogic Spellcraft to some degree, which causes your catalysts to inherit their infusions randomly, so you don't actually get to determine or decide rather how that's going to happen. And then finally, we have Idol from Below. You may also recognize this effect from Occult Gems, but with a twist. I mean, the twist is, it's probably fine.
Jeweled Guardians, I bet they're pushovers, but don't worry about it.
No.
About it.
No, focus on the first line for that one. That's the important part.
Primary core stat, max life, unhindered, great stuff.
Absolutely.
Nothing else to worry about.
For sure. All right, and I think we have a video of the Starflux to kind of give you a sense of what that is like. So this is the Cosmic Anomaly catalyst with the Starflux equipped. And you might notice that they have different infusions applied to them because it's determined randomly each time a new Cosmic Anomaly comes out. And this can be really actually interesting because, Liam, to your point before, different infusions deal with different enemy affixes. So if you have the Starflux equipped and Cosmic Anomalies, you might actually be able to deal with a bunch of different enemy affixes simultaneously, which is pretty cool.
Exactly, and just look at that kaleidoscopic explosion, right?
Yeah.
So satisfying. It's so beautiful.
Absolutely. And we have, like I said, we have 15 Herogic Jewels, and all of them do various wacky, amazing, cool stuff. So while you're experimenting with Herogic Spellcraft and trying out all of the new things in Season 9, slot some of those in and see what kind of madness you can accomplish.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Chad was pretty excited about the Herogic Jewels. And like the Starflux, it looks absolutely nutty. And I'm really pumped to test it out.
Heck yeah.
A few call-outs for everyone watching as well. We will have a Q&A towards the end of the stream, so if you do have any questions for our development team, any questions for Dan, like what's the best way to make poutine gravy from scratch, you know, he's your guy for it. So we will have that towards the end of the stream, so drop your questions in chat. We do have community team members pulling those. And again, like, we want your feedback. That was a ton of information, a ton of systems, and we actually do have specific things that we're looking for in terms of what we're seeking for each bit and component going in the 2.3.0 PTR.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you know, I guess I'll speak specifically to Herogic Jewels. Got to make sure I get the terms right. Yeah, so we want to hear what you guys think about all the different Herogic Jewels. We want to know, like, do these effects feel correct? This is the perfect time to give feedback on just straight up balancing. Does this give you enough bonus damage? Does this give you too much bonus damage? Does this feel good? Does it not feel good? Are the Jewel Guardians...
I don't worry about them.
Yeah, no, don't give us feedback on that part. It's
Maybe
fine.
you should worry about them, you know? Maybe they need to get a little juiced up.
Yeah.
Surely it's not.
But yeah, just let us know about Herogic Jewels, and of course, I'm sure you'd love to hear people's thoughts about it.
Definitely. For Herogic spells, please just let us know how it feels both in early and late game. I know it's PTR, a lot of people are going to be mainly jumping into the late game, but early game is also really helpful. We want them to feel really cool and satisfying to use in all realms of content. We also just want to know about the effects themselves. Are they satisfying? Does anything
I can't really imagine that these powers to actually do any kind of damage. It's going to be the same problem that we had with the boss powers.
Get into the weeds.
Why do
with
they do
it.
the same thing again with damaging abilities?
As much as we can and making these spells
like they
the
were
best
useless.
they can be for launch.
Yep, now's the time to get that feedback, tune those knobs. It's the best time to do it. And for everyone watching from home, we also will have the D4 patch notes and the blog hitting after the stream. So if there's anything you missed on the stream, that will be available for you to read in depth and disseminate over the weekend before you jump into the PTR. But I know one of the biggest parts of the patch notes has to do with class balance, and we do have some Charles, you got a lot to talk about today.
I got some notes here. We got lots to talk about. You know, I kind of teed it up at the start of the stream how we kind of think about class balance currently. But of course, it's an ever-changing process, and we always want to be giving new things to play with, new ways to play Diablo 4, and so there's lots of updates this season with that in mind.
Yeah.
So let's get into some of the changes that affect all classes in some way before getting into each individual class and talk about some of the new stuff coming for them. These are kind of changes that are global or affect everybody. So first up, Overpower has been overpowered for a while. We should have seen that coming with the name. Oops. Yeah, it has been really like just one of the strongest things you can be doing across any class for the past handful of seasons now. And so we're definitely taking a big swing at it here in Season 9. So Overpower's initial design philosophy was it was supposed to be a stat that tankier kind of builds, things that have like that strong defensive fantasy, things like Werebear, Barbarians, Blood Necro, could build these defensive stats like max health and fortify and convert that into offensive power. That's the initial design conception of it, and which is why whenever you did Overpower, you got bonus damage based on the amount of maximum life and fortify that your character had. This ended up being a lot because it was kind of tied to the ratio of how much of health you already had. I don't want to get in too deep into the math here, but basically it was a lot of additive damage. So it would be the equivalent of you having like plus 1,000 or more % damage on your gear when you overpowered. And that led to Overpowers being extremely strong, far more than, say, Critical Strike, for instance.
And even dominating builds that originally weren't intended to benefit from that so much.
Yeah, we saw just every class was trying to overpower because it was so valuable.
Yeah.
Probably also didn't help that it's already so good to just stack max life,
yes.
right? So it was like you're doing a ton of damage and you're doing the right thing by stacking max life because it's so potent, right? So it was very dominant for that reason.
Right, and so in this season, in Season 9, we're going to be making an update to that additive portion, the additive damage that you get from the Overpower, that messy behind-the-scenes formula that you would get, essentially reducing it by 80%. So if you used to get 1,000% bonus damage there, it's only going to be 200 here in the PTR. It still gives a multiplicative bonus, just like critical strikes, because it's still rare. It's still you need to work to get your overpowers online, just like critical strikes. So it's still going to be powerful. Overpowering is still going to be better than not doing it, but it won't be so infinitely far ahead like we've seen it. We definitely want a lot of feedback on this because we know it's been the real big talking point of a lot of different meta builds right now. Feels like you need to work on overpower. Yeah. That's not the intent. We don't want everybody to feel like you have to do it all the time in order to optimize your damage. So we definitely want to make sure that we open up possibilities to other classes. Kind of tied in with that, the additive damage rebalance. So that's the base power of Overpower we talked about. Another contributing factor was that whenever you got overpower damage on your items, it was just overstated. We balanced those initially when earlier on in the game's lifetime, when we had a different estimate of how often players would be overpowering or doing any of these kind of conditional effects like critical strike or dot damage or what have you. So we've done kind of a comprehensive pass on items, the base affixes that show up this season, and said, okay, critical strike damage, we're going to give you an equivalent amount of critical strike damage and overpower damage if it appears in the same spot. Previously, it was something like you would get a one-handed weapon, and it would literally have almost 200% overpower damage and Ancestral, and it would give like 55% critical strike damage. And that's just way too different, right?
Yeah.
Like that was one reason, like, well, why would I build crit damage when I can build overpower and get 4 times the benefit? So we're looking to renormalize that and kind of establish a better baseline of comparison of these stats against each other. This affects everybody in some way. As you're building your items, you're going to be looking for different stats. The numerical values will be different there. But we think it gets into a much better state for allowing you to go, for vulnerable damage, for crit damage, for summons damage, and not feel like you're doing it wrong because it wasn't overpower, right? Next, we've got a basic skill buff. There's a lot of things that affect every class this season.
Yeah.
So talking about basic skills, this is kind of an initiative where we are starting here to really comprehensively look at all of the skills in the game and look at their relative balance against each other. And sometimes we've had some basic skills which just do negative damage. You think like you're killing the enemies by attacking because it's so weak, and other ones that you can actually like really build a full kind of basic skill build around because it has a lot of support, has good base damage, has whatever effects. We've done a comprehensive pass on every single basic skill in the game and retuned them. And when I say retuned, I say double or triple their damage output for the most part. Literally skills that used to do like 20% of your weapon damage now do like 60 or 80%. Just massive increases on every single basic skill in the game. Now, that's to help them kind of compete kind of right out of the box. You get a basic skill, you press the button, it feels impactful. That's the goal. We do want still basic skill oriented builds in the late game to exist, but of course if we just tripled or their damage output, that would cause some of them to be kind of way too good on some ends.
Yes.
So we have adjusted some of the scalars that you see on some of the legendary and unique items that talk to basic skills in particular. Brought them down a little bit. We still want them to be competitive and probably better this season than they have been in the past. But we're just, we're not trying to triple every single basic skill. We want to make sure that it smooths out that progression.
Right.
I will say that this is, we looked at basic skills here in this season. It's
unless there's
an
a
initiative
miracle,
where
there's
we're going
no
to be looking at other
guys.
categories of skills in future seasons. So definitely keep an eye on similar kinds of comprehensive balance passes for future seasons as they come down. So your feedback on exactly how we landed on this basic skill pass is really helpful to help inform like, hey, is our methodology, our comparison right and were the tuning on these accurate.
So what are the basics here?
Next up, maximum resistance. This is a relatively quicker point. So right now on live, if you your maximum resistance for every element is capped at 70%. Now on the PTR, it'll be capped at 75% baseline, so everyone can get a little bit more resistance. The absolute cap is still 85 if you get some maximum resistance effects, but the baseline you'll get 75 resist in order to be resistance capped.
What?
In exchange, there were some unique items that were that had just a whole bunch of all resistance on them, like Yen's Blessing, some boots that just gave you like 50-some% maximum resistance to all elements. Those
solves
ones
too much of it a little by itself.
Yeah, exactly. So some of those outliers that really solve your resistance a little too easily, we're going to tone those down a little bit. But kind of in exchange, we give everyone the option to build a little bit more to make sure that building up resistance has a kind of a meaningful journey to it. And finally, on this slide that affects all characters, the key passives. We've also done a pass, much like with basic skills, to look at our various key passives that affect every build and kind of look at their relative power level. And a lot of the outliers that we've seen in class balance historically have come from a key passive that just scales kind of infinitely, right? You build up some critical strike damage, which increases your other damage, and that just scales infinitely. And that causes builds that can use that key passive to be far more powerful than builds that use other key passives, which maybe don't scale that infinitely. So with that in mind, we looked at every key passive, and we've set a bar of about 75% multiplicative damage, a bonus. So if it just said do increase damage, it would say 75% increase. Right. Now, some will have more conditions. You know, it only affects certain types of damage, and so we budget those at a little bit higher, and so on. But anything that had like a previous uncapped scalar, we're going to put a cap on it to make sure that it kind of hits that 75% mark. And even a handful of some key passives that were underperforming that mark, that were not quite that good, have gotten buff up to try to let them compete. And so builds that got some of those buffed key passives will be really happy to see that too.
Absolutely.
I guess I'll just make a comment. We're not the fun police, right?
No.
We're not coming here to ruin your day, but what we are doing is we want to make a more consistent experience for our players, and we want the pieces to fit together naturally. Your progression is smooth. There's all these puzzle pieces. They just make sense as you stack them up, and we want to move away from having such extreme outliers.
Yeah, the extreme balance outliers are really what kind of can kill the fun of the game. If you're like, hey, I want to play, you know, whatever kind of build you want, but then you see somebody else doing something different, and you're like, oh, they are 100 times better than me. It actually does affect how much fun you're having because you feel like you're playing suboptimally. And by kind of bringing some of these more in line to a kind of a budget of power that we want from certain sources, we help to eliminate those outliers that are like miles ahead of everybody else. With that in mind, you know, we think that this is going to promote better build diversity, of course, as you can play more options, and it won't feel as bad that you aren't being left behind in such a way. All right, so let's move on to the individual class changes. Those affect everybody, but of course, every class gets some new stuff to talk about here. And first up, we've got Barbarians. So for the Barbarian, the big talk of them for a while has been earthquakes in particular. Barbarians love to, stomp on the ground, and they stomp so hard that they make some earthquakes. Those have been extremely powerful for a handful of seasons, and we know that there's other fantasies to explore in Barbarian other than just earthquakes, and so we have done some updates to kind of bring down some of the power level of Earthquake, specifically on its legendary Paragon node, the Force of Nature, that gave it a ton of multiplicative damage on the Earthquakes. That has been brought down quite a bit. To the second bullet point here, a lot of the legendary Paragon nodes in Barbarian, Paragon, and across every other class has been kind of simplified. Some of them used to have effects, which was like, do a thing to get a buff, to give you some damage, and it stacks up to 5 times, right? Yeah. It would be like kind of a multi-step thing for a Paragon node, which we thought that's maybe a little bit more complex. It's asking you a little bit too much. So we've simplified them, and often it's just like, hey, do a thing, get a bonus, and that's it.
Right.
And specifically on Barbarian, I think they got some of the bigger updates in that regard. And in a lot of cases, the Paragon become even more powerful because you don't need to stack it up 5 times or whatever it might be. You just get the bonus right out of the gate. So they are slightly more powerful.
Could you say Barbarians are getting a seismic shakeup? I'm so sorry.
A little bit. On some of these, it may feel that way. Yes. Yeah. Additionally, we've got a new unique item this season. We know that players love playing with Bash Cleave from a while back, and now what if every other one of their basic skills could cleave? Well, have I got the unique for you? And it's my favorite named unique in this season, which is saying something.
It's true.
It is the Hooves of the Mountain God.
So good.
So, Hooves of the Mountain God, whenever you attack with a basic skill while you're at maximum fury, you kind of enter this state where your fury is going to be draining, and you're kind of empowered here, and during that time, your basic skills will cleave and deal increased damage. All of your basic skills will do that while you're empowered here. And of course, your fury is draining, so you're going to want to keep spamming those basic skills to rebuild it back up and kind of maintain that state as long as possible.
Yeah, so at this point, with this unique, you really care about generating a tremendous amount of fury, but it's not actually to cast a core, it's just to keep going.
Yeah, keep going and keep hitting with your basic skills that are just hitting hard and cleaving all around you.
It's pretty awesome.
We got a video clip here of this in action. Of course, we've seen Bash cleave before through some of the tempering affixes. That tempering affix is going to be updated to give another multiplicative bonus to Bash here, but because now it can cleave through this unique, and of course you can mow through a whole set of skeletons here with your Bash while your fury is draining.
Yeah, I love that the part that's coming up where one hit, they're just all to the side.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of
skeletons. Oh my goodness.
All right, we've got next class. We've got the Druid to talk about. All right, so the Druid this season, the talk of the Druid has been Cataclysm for a while. A couple points on that. So a lot of Cataclysm, it's this long-lasting ultimate, right? You press Cataclysm, you get this storm around you, it lasts a while. And it suffered from some, like, what we call snapshotting, where you get a buff or some effect that says, hey, your next skill cast does increase damage, or it has some effect. And when you press Cataclysm, it's obviously a very long effect, and it benefits from that effect, from the bonus damage to your next cast. That's absolutely intended, right? When we say your next cast, we mean the whole cast. Cataclysm is a great thing to do that on. Mm-hmm. That being said, we do find that Cataclysm being the only way to play Druid, or at least the only kind of competitive way to play Druid, is not really healthy, because we know that is a kind of mechanically intensive play style that you need to think about buffs, you need to set it up kind of precisely, and for players who like that play style, we love to encourage that. But when it becomes the only way, or the absolute best way, the kind of mandatory way to play a class, that's kind of unhealthy. Mm-hmm. And so we've done some numerical nerfs to bring Cataclysm and some of the modifiers to it down to earth a little bit, so it will allow for other opportunities, other ways to play Druid in a competitive way. So some of those are Grizzly Rage. We've got updates to a lot of legendaries that used to talk to Grizzly Rage, and that does also remind me about what we're doing with legendaries this season as we talk about this. In previous seasons, we've always had a new unique item and a new legendary aspect for every class. Here for Season 9, we're just going to be doing a brand new unique item, and we're instead doing reworks to a lot of existing legendaries. So a handful of legendaries on each class have been rather substantially reworked, where we looked at them and we said, hey, we have a legendary that already talks to Grizzly Rage, but it kind of sucked. Right? And we said, well, rather than make a brand new one, let's take this existing one that really wasn't hitting that mark and then just like functionally change a lot of things to it. It may still have, the same kind of theme, same kind of niche, probably keeps the same name in a lot of cases. But instead of like adding a brand new legendary aspect that kind of dilutes the drop pool, right? Every legendary we add makes it harder to find any in particular legendary.
You also don't want a situation where, like, if we leave that aspect not desirable, but then we make a new one that is, you're like, oh man, I really hope I find the good one and not the bad one. So that's another positive for this.
Exactly. So we've done a lot of updates in every class
that's
to
actually
take
good.
their
There's a lot of like random
the
updated
bad
stuff.
legendaries and look to update them to support some of the new play styles that we're interested in encouraging this season. And so for Druid, several of the ones talking to Grizzly Rage and Poison in particular are going to be updated.
So benevolent of us finding homes for all these legendaries. You know, it's great. Like, now they have a home to go to. They actually hopefully find a new niche to fit into, and they won't be so sad off to the side and people pick them up and they're like, no, in the gutter.
Yeah, that's absolutely the hope is that we're able to look at every legendary and unique item in the game and say, hey, you pick it up and you read it and you're like, oh, I see where this would be useful. And you would feel excited about it. It might not be the build you're currently playing, but you see that it does have a home and a niche. That's our goal. And we know that a lot of legendaries in the game right now aren't hitting that mark, and that's why we're focusing on reworks, at least for this season.
Right.
One heard of Mangler's
with that in mind, with Grizzly Rage and some Poison updates, let's talk about probably one of my favorite visual uniques of the season. I call it Splashing Poison Puddle, right? Because you know we're coming up on summer here. Everyone loves splashing in the sun, you know, playing in the water, but we're in Diablo in the World of Sanctuary, and nothing's ever that wholesome. It's poison puddles. Let's take a look at the Rotting Lightbringer. So the Rotting Lightbringer, every 10 seconds when you cast Pulverize, it'll form a poison puddle where you pulverize. And if you pulverize that puddle again, then it'll splash additional % of that damage to enemies nearby. It'll like throw out some extra little projectiles of poison. And of course, you are splashing in the poison puddle to damage everyone around it.
Sounds horrifying, Charles.
Oh, it is.
Sounds
For your enemies. Yeah, for your enemies.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. This is fun in the sun.
This is great fun in the sun.
So now we have an
I think we have a
Overpower
video clip here of this in action, right?
combo.
Of course, we're at the beach. Where else would you be? You splash, make a poison puddle, and as you do that, little globs of poison go out and hit the enemies around you.
And this is also marrying the concept of like poison, the theme in Druid of poison and werebear, which has typically been for specifically werewolf.
Dude, what's this total damage thing?
Druids
not work
are
with
the
the
master
crit
of
and the
kind of this
Overpower.
hybridization and mixing and matching these things. So we always love encouraging you finding ways to mix these up.
Right.
All right, enough on Druid. Let's talk about the Necromancer. So Necromancer has had some powerful ultimates as well. This is going to be a common theme. A lot of ultimate skills have been quite powerful recently. In particular, Soul Rift and Blood Wave. Now, Soul Rift is a skill which does everything, right? It does damage, it gives you increased damage, it applies vulnerable, it gives you resource, gives you barrier, it restores your potion charges even.
Yes,
oh my goodness,
so many potions.
So we looked at all these things and said, well, we could like just chop down the numbers on some of these because like almost everyone is playing Soul Rift if you're not playing Blood Wave. It's like one of those two as a Necromancer. And we decided that the best course of action for Soul Rift is to just kind of reduce some of its functionality. So it will still do all of those things except generate a barrier. The barrier generation was giving a little bit too much survivability, which we thought felt a bit more at home in like the Bone Storm or Blood Wave kind of world. As kind of a more survivability ultimate.
Right.
Soul Rift will still give you lots of resource and still increases your damage by just a little bit instead of a ton.
Yeah, I think that's
we
a good change,
bring
actually.
it a bit more down to earth and give some other options like Army of the Dead and Bone Storm a bit of chances to compete.
So overall, you would say like it's kind of moving towards being, its theme is kind of like it's an engine for you, right?
I think Soul Rift was like too prevalent on Necro.
And that's
just kind of like solving everything at once. Vulnerable, resource,
kind of
barrier,
your defensive tanky source.
You only have barrier generation anyway in other
Blood
ways.
Wave as well has been kind of the other ultimate skill that most Necromancers have been building around. This one just does a ton of damage, and a lot of that has come from some of the unique items that interact with it. They give kind of a disproportionate amount of damage output in increase to your Blood Wave. Specifically Indira's Memory, which works on your pants, your leg armor. That's a slot which, for most characters that don't have a unique item, is not really an offensive slot. You can't really get a whole lot of bonus damage from that. And so we're looking to say, hey, any unique items that are on pants in particular, we're going to be looking to reduce the damage output of there. They'll still have some damage output, but not quite as much. And so that's where we're looking to reduce the power of Bloodwave overall, is on some of those uniques that talk to it. But of course, we've got new things to play with on the Necromancer. We've got Skeletal Archmages. And so this comes on the new unique, the Hand of Naz. So the Hand of Naz, new unique gloves, which if you really want to be playing a minion build, but you're like, I just want mages, you know, maybe you're really vibing with the Herogic Mage spellcraft theme of the season. If you sacrifice both your warriors and your golem, and so you are all in on mages, you get to summon additional mages for every minion that you've sacrificed. So if you used to have a whole bunch of bonus skeletal warriors, you now can get that many more mages. Once mages attack 25 times, they get to level up. They can rank up to a Skeletal Archmages. They get a little bit bigger, they get a little bit of a flashy visual. And the Skeletal Archmages will deal some bonus damage, and also whenever they are attacked, they will teleport away to safety because they are, they got a new skill. When you level up, you learn a new skill. Same thing with Skeletal Mages.
It's just the way it works.
Of course. So let's take a look at this in action. So you got just 4 mages here. Of course, you're going to be able to have more if you really spec into it. And as enemies come up and attack those mages, occasionally they will teleport away. Their attacks now can do some additional burst damage, and they've got a little like lightning effect on their hands, and they're a little bit bigger to show that they are, promoted to Archmage status.
So with this unique, I can't actually have my warriors or my golem.
Right.
So now I'm the tank for my mages.
You do need to be tanking for your mages, right? It kind of turns the traditional minion playstyle of like, my minions go forward and
I think it's actually a kind of cool
and it turns it on
upgrade
its
to
head,
minion
right? You have this powerful backline of a lot of mages who do bonus damage.
I'm usually not really a minion enjoyer, but it seems like a nice
exchange,
concept.
You need to protect them.
Right.
They can protect themselves a little bit with the teleport away to safety, but it's going to kind of be on you, the Necromancer, to be the front line in this kind of build.
It's pretty awesome.
All right, next up, we've got the Rogue. So the Rogue, big talk has been their ultimate skills, Death Trap. As ultimate skills are great. They have been ultimate and very powerful for quite a while. Rogue's no exception. They've got Death Trap has been one of the most powerful builds for kind of 2 seasons in a row here. Similar to Soul Rift in a lot of ways, it kind of did a lot of everything. We also know that it did a ton of damage on its own right. And it also had a unique pants item, the Eyes in the Dark, that really talked to it and increased its damage output dramatically. So much in the line of our philosophy of, hey, pants armor shouldn't be so ridiculous amount of damage output, even if it is a unique. We've done some tuning on the Eyes in the Dark to make sure that Death Trap is not quite as explosively damaging as it has been in the past. We are looking to buff up the Infiltrators and Bursting Venoms. Legendary items that talk to Poison Trap and Poison builds, and saying, hey, there's other traps out there. You can play Poison Trap. So giving a little bit more support here with those legendary reworks. And we also have some updates to Eagle Horn. This is the penetrating shot unique bow. Just some numerical buffs there to make sure it's actually hitting harder, and penetrating shot has a bit more of a reason to use it. We know that kind of ranged rogues have fallen out of favor for a while. It's been a lot more about melee, and I mean, Death Trap is even a melee kind of skill.
Yeah.
And we know that players love to play ranged rogue as well, so we want to make sure that we give a little bit more support to that to enable it. For those who do like melee playstyles, but maybe not trap, you might like Flurry. And if so, we have got a great unique coming next season.
No one has seen before.
Death Mask of Nirmatruk.
Oh wait,
I
it's not the glove.
definitely pronounced that correct. So you can now overexert yourself while casting Flurry. Well, that's a weird thing to say. What does that mean? It does mean that you spend your life total if you don't have enough energy. So energy, that's not a problem anymore. You have your whole life total to work with.
Yeah.
So you can keep on casting Flurry, but when it does cost you your life total, when you're kind of overexerted in this state, it's going to stack up a buff. It's going to increase the attack speed of Flurry, and it's going to increase its damage output for 5 seconds. So you really want to be in this kind of overexerted state. It doesn't actually do anything if you're not overexerting.
Yeah.
So you really want to make sure that you're getting to this state. I love how this kind of changes up some of your, like, how you think about your build. You don't necessarily want a lot of resource regeneration.
Right.
You want more health regen. Because if you have too much resource, then maybe you're not even getting into this state as often as you'd like. Let's take a look at this in action. I actually really love this clip of the rogue just going super fast, right? So they sneak in, and as they're stacking up, you can see they've got like no resource. They go hyper fast. This is such a fast attacking skill.
Let's look at this helm in action, guys.
But of course, the faster you attack, the faster your life total drains.
Yep.
And you know, if you're really low, it's not going to kill you by doing this. You just won't be able to cast it there. But it does mean you're on very low life, and any stray attack might take you out if you're not super careful with it.
I will raise a flag for those of you curious about trying this out. It's called a death mask for a reason.
Yeah.
It might not necessarily be their death. It might be yours, so be a little careful.
But on the positive side, you do get to look like an anime character zooming around like crazy. Look at that.
Absolutely.
Definitely hardcore players, beware with this one. You know, might be a little risky for you. All right, we've got the Sorceress next.
I mean, the healing is easy to solve.
Sorceress has been
but I don't think
definitely
you
one
really
of our
want
top
to
builds
do
this season, I would say, in Lightning Spear.
It seems kind of scuffed.
I think one of the big talking points around Sorceress for a while has been Lightning Spear. A lot of players have felt like that is the only or best way to play Sorc for a number of seasons now, and it's not just been just one season here. And one of the reasons for that, I'd say the main reason, is that Lightning Spear baseline is pretty bad. Like, if you just get the skill on its own with nothing else, it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. But then you get Splintering Energy legendary, and suddenly it goes from 1 to 100 real quick.
Oh, yes.
That legendary aspect is like one of the most powerful in terms of like how much percentage gain does it give the skill in question. Splintering Energy is like way far above really where we want legendary aspects to be. And that kind of speaks to this outlier concept we've been talking about, where when you have one particular source of power that is disproportionately valuable, like a key passive that scales crazy, or a Splintering Energy legendary, that's the only thing that matters, right?
Yeah.
Is that maximizing the damage of this one thing is the only thing that matters. We find that leads to some of these outlier situations, and it's also just not as fun. Like, nothing else in your build mattered. It's just about that one effect, whether it be a legendary or key passive.
We find that there's better build variety and healthier class balance when that power is spread out among as many different sources that you might want as possible, rather than concentrated so intensely in one.
Right, and so this was definitely one of the most egregious examples, I'd say, of concentrating the power in a single spot in that Splintering Energy aspect. So with that in mind, we've taken the baseline Lightning Spear and buffed up its damage rather substantially. But of course, the Splintering Energy has dramatically been reduced in effectiveness. So overall, we still think the Lightning Spear builds are going to be brought down quite a bit, because they were quite far above everyone else. They also definitely relied on some of the Overpower changes, or they relied on Overpower to really get into the highest levels of pit pushing. And so that's... Overpower is obviously a little bit weaker in this season, so we think that'll bring it down a bit. In an exchange, we're looking at buffing up some of the other builds available to Sorc. Specifically with Burning, one of the Burning key passive, the Combustion key passive, was one of those that was kind of uncapped scaling. It wasn't necessarily problematic, but maybe that was really just because Lightning Spear crowded it all out. Same with like Enlightenment, kind of crowding out those options. We have put a cap on that, like we've said, with the philosophy of making sure that no individual power source eclipses all others. But with that in mind, we did look at say, well, hey, this might be a little bit of a nerf to some other burning builds like Firewall or Incinerate. And so we've just done like a 25-ish% baseline buff to those burning skills, just to make sure they can kind of be compensated for that. Similar with Enlightenment, that was another one of the key passives that kind of blew past our power budget, so we've done a bit of rebalancing there. But also, we've got a new unique, one of my favorites, Huge Hydras.
Yes.
So this is the
chat has been very excited for this. They saw huge hydras.
Huge hydras.
Like,
What's this? Yes. So we've got the Ophidian Iris. This is an ancestral unique amulet, and here. Hydra gets the core skill tag, so it'll benefit from a lot of your core skill bonuses, and it'll always summon a 3-headed Hydra rather than even if you had more heads. If you had like plus Hydra heads, you're still only going to get 3. That's the kind of the baseline number. But for each head that you would have had above 3, the Hydra goes larger and deals like 100% more damage per additional head. And so these big heads will also do splash damage rather than just a single target and hitting one enemy. They kind of explode on impact, just like they're shooting fireballs.
Yes.
And so this is going to turn your Hydra from like a lot of spammy little tiny hits into individual bigger hits with big Hydra heads.
So it's no longer about how many heads can I get on my Hydra. It's about how big can I make my baby Hydra.
Yes.
Excellent.
So it'll scale up with its damage for every additional head that you got, and of course this has an inherent affix that casted Hydras do have +2 heads, which
there you go.
So you already have a bit of built-in multiplier on the amulet itself. So we've got a side-by-side comparison here, right? So on the left here, we've got the kind of baseline. You got 4 Hydra heads. They're fine. They're there. But after you really build up lots of bonus Hydra heads, you're only going to get 3, but they're gonna be much bigger than you, the character, and can be as big as some of those big elites running around the screen. And of course, with splashing, explosion, fire attacks, it should be a lot more appealing.
We're gonna make that bigger.
We've also taken a look at updating some other things on Hydra. We removed its baseline mana cost, increased its lucky hit chance, and also done some other modifications to Conjuration and Hydra legendaries, just to make sure that like kind of a Hydra build really makes a lot of sense and is able to be competitive. So really love to hear feedback in the PTR about how these kind of builds land. And last but not least, we've got the Spiritborn. So the Spiritborn has been probably one of the classes that's been furthest behind, I'd say,
the only class
on the current live season. And so definitely looking at, I think they're going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of the basic skill rebalancing work that we did, where we looked at every basic skill and doubled or tripled the baseline values of a lot of them. But in exchange, some of the scalars on legendaries and uniques, we adjusted those down a little bit. I told them,
please make a ranged Razorwing build.
The net result is still that basic skill builds will be better than before, and I think Spiritborn is going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of that. Additionally, we've also got an update to the deflection aspect with Razorwing's build. Previously, this was one of those legendaries that didn't really have a home. It dealt like a percentage of counter attacks damage, and counter attack does not do damage. So a percent of 0 is 0.
Yeah.
So now it's going to increase the Razorwings itself damage when you reflect them with this deflection kind of gameplay. And so just a little bit more kind of multiplicative damage support for Razorwing's build. Following with the theme of ultimate skills on all classes, as well being kind of a little too strong. The Hunter ultimate, the Jaguar ultimate, has been the ultimate on Spiritborn since its launch that really every Spiritborn player has used. I think like something like 90+% of Spiritborn players are using the Hunter currently. And that's great that you're having a lot of fun with it, but it also means that there's other options that aren't really being explored. It's kind of taking up all the space in the build variety. And so one of the reasons for that is that the Hunter it resets itself. If you cast it and then kill an enemy, it's going to reset itself. And it can kind of chain reset. And the chance of chain resetting reduces every time it does. And so it just kind of like feels bad whenever you're like, oh, I guess I ran out of luck and now I have to wait.
Yeah.
We found that to be like kind of degenerately powerful for anything that triggers on when you cast an ultimate, but also it was just not fun when you kind of failed to get that reset.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at reworking the exact mechanics of the way the Hunter reset works. So it'll still have that like kind of cooldown reduction theme, but it won't be quite as feast or famine as it was in the past.
Okay, that literally does not matter.
Item. This one is the Balatan's Maxiltol. I might have mispronounced that. Maxiltol. I literally looked up how to pronounce this morning, and I tried.
That's good.
It's a tricky one, Charles. It's a very tricky one.
So this works with Poison and Thorns builds, kind of hybridizing those two together. So attacks against close enemies. When you're attacking close up, you're up close and personal. you're going to do bonus percent of your thorns damage, but as poisoning over 3 seconds. So you get a kind of a free way to apply poisoning here. But if you've also been hit recently and you've retaliated with your thorns, then that poisoning damage is going to be increased even further. So it really allows you to convert your thorns damage into offense, and it does even reward you for actually getting hit with that thorns. But a lot of this is going to come in that poisoning damage when you're hitting the enemies up close and personal.
Yeah, I love how this unique really takes the core concept of thorns, which is you must be hit, but still it like empowers you very intensely in terms of your offense by leaning into that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it definitely solves that problem where previous thorns builds were kind of, we were hesitant to make pure thorns of like just build thorns and nothing else to be too powerful, because then you just walk in and you AFK and everything dies, and that's not necessarily fun gameplay. And so I think this does a really good job of straddling the line of active and passive gameplay that thorns players would really want.
Totally.
So that's a lot. There's a lot of class changes coming into PTR, and so we'd love to hear all the feedback you have around, do these unique items and the legendary reworks and the other balance changes, are these builds good, right? Can you play that Hydra Sorc? Is it reasonable to play in Torment 4 at the highest levels when you have like the really maxed out stuff? And every point along the progression, and not just that build. Every build that I talked about here. We're also really looking to make sure that we get feedback on the basic skill update. Like I said, we touched every single basic skill in the game. There might be some outliers still, some things that are a little too strong, a little too weak. And as we're going to be doing similar passes and looking at other kind of categories of skills on the skill tree, we'd love any kind of feedback on kind of exactly where they land so that we can help and inform future balancing as well. And finally, just wanted to make sure that we really are focusing on kind of shifting up that very top of the meta. I talked a lot about some nerfs to the really
they nerfed a lot of the
overperforming
ST builds, which I think is good.
Specifically Overpower, because we do want to make sure that Season 9, you don't feel like, oh, it's all the same builds all again at the top of the meta. For the third season in a row. We really don't want that to be the case. We want to make sure there's new options for players who really want to push the limit of their character, and it's not just the same thing over and over again.
Totally.
Wow, well, Charles, take a bow. That was an incredible section. I mean, players are going to have a ton to chew on in the PTR. That is an absolute smattering of content.
Are you surprised he pronounced everything correctly?
I mean, you nailed it. Yeah. I was ready to razz you on the Spiritborn unique again. I'm like, oh, man's been practicing. That's fantastic. So yeah, patch notes and the blog do hit following the stream. So if you missed anything in any of the sections, we will have those available following the stream, so you can get in and really get into the nitty-gritties of all those changes. But we do have some more changes still coming that are going to affect the entire game. So Aislinn, I know we've got some systems. We kind of teased it. Dan sort of touched on it at the start of the stream, but we can finally get into it. What do you have for us?
Yeah, let's talk about systems, guys. So the first one I want to talk about is the the seasonal activity variety. That's the next one. So something we saw in Season 8 was we added seasonal currency to the lair bosses. And it was for the Season of the Boss, which we really ended up liking. The reason we like it a ton is because it touches all parts of the game. Like, you need to go to a bunch of different places to actually get lair keys. And so if lair bosses in the end game are a thing that provide access to seasonal progression, that kind of naturally disseminates out to the entire game experience, which we really, really liked. So we actually want to keep that going forward. And we'd like to use that on top of any other ways that the player can earn seasonal reputation or seasonal currency in a given season. And the same is true not just in Torment, but across the entire game through elites and bosses granting seasonal reputation. Whenever you kill any elites or any boss in the game in Season 9, you are going to earn seasonal reputation. And this is tying directly into that problem we were having where, we felt really pressured to go to Apparition Incursion. We love the seasonal content, and we love the Herogic Strong Rooms, and we love all the new amazing Nightmare Dungeon updates. But we also want to make sure that if you end up finding yourself in Helltide or in a stronghold because you felt like it, you're actually earning progress, and the game's rewarding you for playing it, basically.
This makes me so happy because I'm a very scatterbrained player. I'm always, I'm going to do this activity, then this one, then this one. But now I get to feel good all the time.
Yeah, that's the hope.
So thank you for that. That's awesome.
Of course. Yeah, so that's the hope with this update. And I just want to reiterate, there are still going to be really powerful and good ways to earn seasonal reputation and currency, specifically through interacting with the season. These are on top of all of that other stuff, so that you can just go do a bunch of cool stuff. So yeah, that's that. And let's talk more about the Nightmare Sigils and what's coming with that. So we talked a little bit about it when Dan was talking about this, and I actually want to preface this section with something that's not listed here, but I think you guys might want to know. You can now teleport to Nightmare Dungeons from inside a Nightmare Dungeon. We wanted to make that update, quality of life change, because this was Season of the Nightmare Dungeon. So there you go. It's going to be a lot smoother to go from Nightmare Dungeon to Nightmare Dungeon in Season 9 and going forward in Diablo 4. Very happy about that, because it was kind of annoying to have to leave the dungeon and then go to the next one. But that's no longer a thing. Okay, with that out of the way, let's talk about these new affixes and what's so cool about them. So, in live right now, there were only 2 positive affixes in the game. There was an experience affix and a gold affix. And that ended up getting pared down over time. And we kind of wanted to take a step back and be like, how can we inject a lot more depth and ways for you to find what you're actually looking for in a Nightmare Dungeon? And so what we decided and landed on,
certainly also giving us the tool to reroll the affixes.
And we wanted to assign a rarity system to them, so that sometimes when you crafted or found a Nightmare Dungeon sigil, you'd get really rare ones that were really powerful, and other times you'd get normal ones, but ones that might give you a specific kind of reward, which can be really useful. And so here, for example, we have the Herogic Materials Reserve. This one gives you a smattering of different resources that you might need. So if you find yourself low on Forgotten Souls or other kinds of resources, you can specifically go to this Nightmare Dungeon and stock up on that stuff. And we have some other affixes like that, for example, specifically gems or different kinds of gems, which also helps you stock up on whichever kinds of gems you might be needing. And then there are, of course, still the experience one and the gold one and a lot of other miscellaneous
sounds like it does
affixes,
solve the problem, which is good.
that will just, hopefully be really fun to just go in and poke around and pick which ones are the best for you. And another thing I really wanted to call out is that we specifically wanted to avoid penalizing specific elements or builds in negative Nightmare Dungeon affixes. So something we saw earlier in Diablo's development, or excuse me, Diablo 4 being live, was there were negative affixes that would say, you deal less shadow damage or whatever. And if your build was a shadow build, that kind of didn't feel great. And so we wanted to make sure that all of these negative affixes were more agnostic of speaking directly to your build, but still provided a challenge. And so with these 2 changes together, we're really hoping that we're going to see a lot more variety and depth in actually engaging with Nightmare Dungeons, and that they're not going to feel too frictioned, or you're not going to find a Nightmare Dungeon that just that feels like it's telling you, no, you're not allowed to play me. We don't want that happening. And again, this is a permanent update to the game. We've done this because it is, a season very heavily focused on Nightmare Dungeons, which was the perfect time to do this. And now we're super stoked that it's going to be going forward. And we want to hear what you have to say about it. That, like I said, there's a lot of different affixes. Let us know how they feel. Run through these dungeons. Let us know how interacting with the mechanics in them works, and if you like it or not. And we'll be able to take that feedback and make the system even better for Season 9's launch.
Yeah, that was actually a question that Addiction had in Twitch chat, which is, are these dungeon changes permanent? And so for this section, all these changes that Aizen's speaking to are permanent, and the same thing with Escalating Nightmares and Herogic Strong Rooms. Those are going to persist beyond the 2.3.0 PTR in Season 9. So, and then everything Aizen's getting to now, that's all going to affect
7 affixes.
The Eternal and Seasonal, and will be permanent. So
correct.
Yeah, super nice, super good changes.
Yes, super excited about it. All right, cool. Yeah, I think we have an asset here kind of showing off what you might be able to find in a Nightmare Dungeon. So that nifty little purpley mirror thingy is a Herogic artifact, which is a part of one of the new affixes that you'll actually find when venturing into Nightmare Dungeons. And of course, our rogue is getting rid of this pesky blood blister. So yeah, can't wait for you to try it all out. It's going to be fun. Next up, we have, drum roll, please.
Big one. I'm so excited.
I'm very, very happy and excited and proud to be able to say we are increasing the quality of items per Torment tier. And what this means is when you go into Torment 2 or then further into 3 or 4, you are going to find more ancestral items. You are going to find more ancestral items from all sources. This includes lair boss drops. When you go and fight a lair boss in a higher Torment tier, you are going to have a better chance at finding ancestrals when you climb those torments. This is true throughout the world when things are just dropping randomly. This is true in the pit. This is true everywhere. We really like this change. We think that it rewards you for ascending the Torment tier in a very impactful, like we say, punch you in the face kind of way. And it's not so intense that it feels required, though, to go to higher torments. And that's something we also really want to make sure we get right, because we want to ensure that we're enriching the progression journey for all players, regardless of where you are in the game right now. And so, again, we keep saying this, but this is going to be a test realm. So please go on, try this out, see if you can feel the difference. And, can you feel the difference? Can you not feel the difference? Do you like the difference between these different torment tiers and the loot quality changes that are occurring?
The same ratio of ancestrals.
That's just another topic that we'd love to hear your feedback on. All right. And with that said, let's just talk about a bit of more miscellaneous reward economy stuff. Here, there's some more miscellaneous feedback that we got from Season 8 that we want to just improve on for the game so that everyone just has more fun. We hear you guys about legendary rune drop rates. We know that those were too low. So we've just increased the chance across the whole game to get that back to a point where it feels like if you are playing a lot and you really are trying to make progress towards crafting a mythic, that's feasible. Another thing where, again, the big reward moments, we want to make sure that when you actually run a Tribute of Harmony, it feels like a big burst. It's like, oh, yes, okay, cool. This is a lot of runes. This is fantastic. And so now, if you really do want to find a lot of those runes, Tributes of Harmony are going to be a really good bet. We also kind of just want to inject identity into Undercity Tributes in general, that they now all just drop a rune always. So now just in general, going to the Undercity, you're going to find more runes than you certainly would have before, and that just applies to all different kinds of tributes. The Whisper Cache resource increase one is actually split among 3 different Whisper Caches. So we were finding that the Gold Whisper Cache, the Materials Whisper Cache, and the Gem Fragment Whisper Cache just weren't really giving you enough for the opportunity cost against the other kinds. So we just bumped up how much those are giving you of their respective thing pretty substantially.
No idea about last
you can also now actually find whole gems inside Gem Fragment Whisper Caches. And it's only a chance for some of the good ones. Like, for example, I think there's actually a very small chance to find a grand gem now in a gem cache, which is a lot of gem fragments, so it's not a very high chance.
You gotta stop making my day. That sounds so cool. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, let's go. And oh yes, this is one of my personal favorites. So we saw that the Jewelers of Sanctuary had adopted some wanderer unfriendly practices, and their caches were perhaps a bit too expensive. And we have decided to, crack down on that and make sure that they are being more friendly to our wanderers. So now here we have these different jewelry cache types. Their cost has been significantly reduced, and on top of that, not only has their cost been significantly reduced, but they're going to give you quite a bit more actual jewelry. So with the gem fragment increases, or rather the different sources of getting more gem fragments and the reduced cost and the increased stuff from the caches, they should be more lucrative. And finally, talking about gems, we have increased the amount of gems you're going to be getting from Infernal Hordes as well. Again, punch you in the face. At this point, I'm sorry if I've given you a bloody nose, but that's
lots of face punching today. Yeah. There's a through line in the stream.
Yes.
Poison puddles and
We're
face
rated
punching.
M for excitement.
There you go. Yeah, but thank you guys for listening to the systems updates. There's a lot to unpack here, and these kinds of updates are sometimes a little challenging to test within a PTR environment because you're getting like all these boosts, and it only lasts a short period of time. But if this kind of stuff interests you, please, by all means, test it out. Let us know what you think. Give us all the feedback on it you want, because everything is just super valuable for us to tweak it to make it even more awesome.
But wait, there's one more thing.
Dan did, as I'm citing Dan, one of the things he said is like, now is the time that we can turn the knobs and really juice things up. So definitely go in and like take your time with a lot of these changes. Some of them might not feel, impactful at first, but like really get a feel for how things have shifted, because there are so many different components in this PTR that it's gonna, there's a ton of different influences from all the different areas of the game. So that's really exciting, Aislinn. I'm super excited to check those things out, get some more jeweler caches.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the 2.3.0 PTR, so some just general reminders for everyone watching. It's going to be exclusively on PC Battle.net, and it'll be available from May 27th until June 3rd. So get in, test it out. Please give us your feedback. The PTR forums, the Diablo 4 PTR forums will be open. That'll be the best place for you to drop your feedback. Of course, we will be monitoring our socials as usual, but we will be definitely looking into the forums to get most of the feedback there. The PTR boost will be available right outside of Kyovashad. Marak, our favorite dancing demons there. Marak, he's kind of been getting fit for the summer. His offerings are so diversified this time around. Like, you can really segment out between seasonal currency into the different like item caches. Like, there's a lot of great custom boosts that you can get from Marak. So he is there. He's in Kyovashad. He's happy to see you, as always. And give us your feedback on the PTR forums. We're really looking forward to it, but definitely get in there and test and give us all your feedback. And with that brings us to our Q&A portion of the stream. So hopefully you've been dropping your questions in Twitch chat. We're really excited to get into it. But first off, we do want to take a moment to address our first question, which is, what are we potentially doing about reliquaries? So this is our first stream since Season 8 launched with the reliquary. It was our team's first big swing at changing the battle passes in a big way, bringing in different rewards, more enhanced rewards, giving some more choice to the players. We have heard your overwhelming feedback. We know that this is a system with some mixed feelings. And so we are the team is working very hard in the background. We are looking to bring some more things into the reliquary to really give you some of that value. And, this is something we've been talking about a lot. Thank you all for the feedback on it. We've been reading that, across forums and socials ever since the season launched. And do note, we do have an event reliquary that is coming up around the corner. So in a couple weeks, pretty soon, you'll get another event reliquary to dig your teeth into, but it is something the team has noted. We don't have a timeline on it, but it is something that we will implement in the future. So thank you again for that. Additionally, with Season 8, we also had the Berserk collaboration, which, like, Aislinn, I know you've got the Brand of Sacrifice on right now. Like, you're a huge Berserk fan. I became a fan once we started the IP collab. It's been really fun seeing all the, like, Guts and Griffiths running around in game. But again, we have heard your feedback on that IP collaboration, and we've taken that into account. And for those of you that know the roadmap, we do have another IP collab coming down the pipe in the future. So we want to take that feedback from the Berserk collab and really integrate that into the future offerings so that we can, better diversify and change up some of the ways that you access those pieces of content from the IP collab. So again, thank you very much for your feedback. We do really appreciate it. Ongoing game dev is an iterative process, and the community is a very big part of that. So we very much appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. And with that, let's get into Q&A. Okay. So thank you. Shout out to the community team for grabbing all these questions. What are we going to start off with? All right. Renata Kane. This one I might send this one to Dan first. Will you be able to find Herogic strongholds inside Escalating Nightmares?
Yeah, you absolutely will. Escalating Nightmares are nightmare dungeons, and so any feature that you could find in a nightmare dungeon, including the affixes we talked about, and also including Herogic strong rooms, will appear in that flow.
Awesome. Love that. The Rudder. These new dungeon changes will be available in the Eternal Realm at the start of next season?
Yes, the Nightmare Dungeon affix changes. I think I might need to throw it to Dan. No, they're permanent additions to the game, so yeah, they should be available in Internal. They should all be available in Internal.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. One other question. I didn't have this, it didn't catch the name as it was flying past, but people were asking, where is mouse and keyboard on console? That is still coming with Season 9. However, because the 2.3.0 PTR is exclusive to PC, we're not going to test console changes. However, that is still coming. So fear not. Wow, okay, I have to read this question just because of the username. Big Daddy Den 76. This one's for you, Charles. Okay. With Soul Rift not generating barrier, how is Necromancer going to gain defense?
There's lots of different options for Necromancer to gain defense. You've got some new options in the the seasonal Herogic spellcraft. You've got Fortify through some of the blood magic. You've got other ways of generating barrier, but not just on Soul Rift. They've got some passive and some other ways of generating barrier from legendaries. And you may just need to, access some of the defensive legendary options that are out there, which have typically been very underutilized.
What are we doing with this question?
You had other ways of solving that defense.
You can ask Macro
I still think Soul Rift will be pretty appealing because it has, like a lot of resource gain. But if you really want pure defense, then maybe look at some of the blood skills. Maybe look at Bone Storm instead, which still has a large damage reduction component attached to it as well.
Right.
Fantastic.
But
Mippy,
Charles actually knows what he's talking about.
Are there any updates on tempering and masterworking?
Yeah, so tempering and masterworking is something that we have been talking about internally. We don't have anything to share exactly yet about how we would want to tweak the system. So hang tight. But I can say, in terms of a quality of life update, in 2.2.2, so the patch coming out in Season 8, we are actually going to be updating the amount of non-gold, non-obdicite resource and materials that it costs to masterwork from rank 1 to 4 and on the reset. And the reason why is because we were seeing that people that were getting pretty far into the end game would end up effectively deprecating the need for the gold and even potentially the obdicite, and then getting blocked by those other resources. But that was never actually the intent of the system. It was there, those resource costs were there to slow you down basically, or just rather friction you in other ways, and tax those resources, never to be the primary thing that blocks you. And so we don't want that to happen, so we've pulled back pretty significantly on how much that actually costs.
Yeah.
But beyond that, stay tuned as we keep filtering through feedback, and please keep giving us feedback.
That's really great, Ethan. I know we've all been masterwork blocked at a specific point, so anything to reduce friction in that system is pretty great. Liam, this one's for you. Scroll of Wisdom. With a system like Herogic spells being this awesome, are you looking to maybe make it a permanent part of the game? I already feel sad knowing it's going to leave the game for the next season's power.
So I can't specifically speak on that, but what I will say is nothing is ever truly gone because we are developers. We have access to everything, right? So and this is a game that will continue to evolve. So the team hasn't talked about it. I can't say anything definitive, but we love all the seasonal stuff we create, and who knows for the future.
Yeah, it's something we've seen in previous seasons where, way back in Season 2 when we first did the vampiric powers, we brought some of them back as, some of the more popular ones back as unique items. Once again, we're not committing to any particular bringing back, but it's always on our radar, and that's why we love hearing feedback about the things that really resonate with players, and then that can help us to design future systems, whether it be future seasonal or future kind of those permanent systems as well. We're always listening to that, and it's always on the table to bring them back, the ones that really resonate with players.
Nice. Party Cannon 1990, very fun name. Will there in the future be a possibility that the Nightmare Sigils can have active whispers shown on them?
Yeah, that's another thing that we've seen a lot of folks talk about. It's something we're interested in exploring that space because it's a really fun and kind of a natural connection. Right now for Season 9, that's not something that's going to be directly in the season, but we do look to make these kinds of changes going forward pretty consistently. So if that's something you feel strongly about, please keep letting us know, and we will we'll see what we can do.
The technology is not there, guys.
This one, Charles, I feel like I already know what you're going to say to this. Cop Mando, will there be any more balance changes for the current season?
For Season 8, the current season that is live.
Oh, actually, yeah. For the current season,
Currently, no. There's no plans for any more balance changes on Season 8, the season of bosses that's currently live on the game. We've updated our seasonal balance cadence a little bit. So now, starting in Season 8 and going forward even into Season 9, we're going to have, the PTR before the season. That's when we do kind of our initial batch of like, hey, these are the balance changes we're looking at. We take in a lot of the feedback from the PTR, and then we iterate on it, and we when it goes live, the season goes live, we say, hey, here's the live season. We'll take the immediate feedback from that if there's any kind of progression breakers, things that are really outlier, things that we kind of missed, or an interaction that, oops, that wasn't intended. And we'll try to make a rapid reaction within the first week or two of a season to bring it, bring it down to earth, or to bring some of those builds that were really underperforming our mark and bring those up a little bit. But after that point, our intention is to really let the season ride, right? Once you're about 2 weeks into the season, you've already committed some time into your build, you've invested in your character, and we really want to respect that time investment. And we don't want to come in and say, oh, just kidding, we're going to dramatically change the meta on you right after you've already done all that investment. We just know that's going to feel bad for everyone involved. And so we've really committed to making fast, rapid reactions right after that season launch within a week or two, and then letting it ride from there until the end of the season, until the next season when we kind of repeat the cycle again.
Yeah, honestly, it's like I'm really glad at the way we do it too, because like even for Season 8, having it be a bit of a shorter season, it would be so rough to, you're like, okay, I've got these 2 months with, with my build and with these boss powers, so then to have, almost like the rug pulled halfway through and being unable to really get into the nitty gritties of it and stick with that build. So
yeah, and that gives us as developers and like designers looking at this data and thinking about these balance changes, it allows us to kind of take our focus off Season 8 and focus more on Season 9. And so, we're going to be putting out higher quality balance changes and higher quality releases by kind of moving on from a season to focus on the next one earlier. That just gives us more time to look at that data and really deliver high quality releases season over season.
So the little plug I'm going to put, please play the PTR because we're all a bunch of nerds. And I promise you, when you're playing the PTR, we are watching and we are just reading all the things being said. And it is so fun and meaningful to us to see people reacting and giving us new ways to improve the things we've made.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. 110%.
150.
Yeah. We will be reading your feedback. Do not worry about that. Karoi Nekamata. I think, Liam, this will be, it could be one for you, but maybe for the whole team. Would you consider the possibility that one can disable the effects of other players or at least dim them down so that one is not always flashed when, i.e. Sorcs, like 4 Sorcs are running around? And I could see that with the powers coming in this season. They are so bright and visual that it's going to be a busy screen.
It's probably a bit, the Herogic spells are pretty insane, and I know like we've had Earthquake Barbarians running around covering the ground with broken ground.
Guilty.
So this is definitely things we're considering. Like we all, play the game and we play in parties, so we know what it's like when everything is just cluttered and insane. I can't speak to broadly everything. I've heard bits and pieces. You could talk about that, Charles or Aislinn. But I know with the Herogic spells, we are making use of some tech to do that on some of the powers, such as with the pets, the cosmic anomalies. You're not going to see 100 cosmic anomalies floating and going everywhere. They're going to be kind of dimmed out, very similar to like the necromancer minions. We'll be using that kind of thing for them. Yep.
Yeah, this is a kind of overarching pain point that I think surfaces from time to time, which is very reasonable and fair. And it's something that the team considers, especially with every new release, the Herogic Spellcraft. I'm glad we're doing that. And it's something that they take into with a lot of consideration, and they want to protect the visual clarity of the game, but they also want to make sure that people can see the things they want to see. So if there are certain things that crop up that you find particularly egregious in that way, especially during the PTR, please play the PTR, let us know, and we can get that information to the team, and we can talk about it.
Oh, yeah. I got a question here from Airsoft Daniel. At Diablo, what changes will be made to reliquaries in Season 9 to provide more value to paying players? So kind of similar to what I addressed at the start of the stream, we do have some changes coming in to get some more content into reliquaries. It's unclear as to whether or not that's going to be hitting in Season 9. It will be in the future, so Season 9 is probably too soon for those changes to hit. However, we are looking to inject more of that content into the reliquaries moving forward, so it's definitely something to look out for. Probably not Season 9, but definitely in the future. And I think we've got time for one last question. Let's see. Ice Panther. This one's for you, Charles. Are you bringing out any more new items, ancestral or mythics, into the new season?
So for the new season, we're going to be releasing one new unique item per class, the ones we highlighted on stream here. No more, there's no additional items, unique or legendaries that we didn't talk about. But there will be some new, relatively new legendary effects because we did some substantial reworks of, we basically said, hey, this was something that talked to Grizzly Rage was my main example, and we just kind of completely changed its effect. So in some way, those are kind of new, but they're not brand new in terms of a brand new legendary.
And why do they?
And we didn't go over those reworked legendaries explicitly
on
the stream, but they are going to be testable in the PTR.
They'll be testable in PTR. They'll be in the patch notes blog once this is done. There just was like a handful, and because they were kind of reworks, we're naturally limited on time. This stream is already going quite a while. So we wanted to make sure that we, there are more class balance changes and more content than we even talked about here. So make sure you check out the blog afterwards for all those details.
Absolutely. And that brings us to the end of the Q&A portion of the stream, which brings us to the end of the stream. So yeah, if you're still watching, thank you for sticking with us. This one has been a beefy stream for sure. Patch notes and the PTR blog are going to be hitting following this stream. It is a very, very substantial blog, so we will have all localized languages available early next week. But you can check those out when those do go live. The PTR is going to be available from May 27th to June 3rd on PC Battle.net. I want to give a huge thank you to all the developers that have been here today. Dan coming in all the way from Albany. Thank you for hanging with us this whole time. It's been really great hanging out with you and getting to chat the new season. And to all of you at home, thank you for tuning in. Like Aislinn said to start the stream, we love that you played Diablo 4. We love being a part of this process, and you guys are a very big part of that. Thank you to our production crew. There's a ton of hands that work behind the scenes to make these streams possible. They work very tirelessly. So thank you to them for helping bring these streams to life. And yeah, we will see you all for the 230 PTR. We'll see you in Sanctuary.
Hell yes.
Oh, and stick around following the stream because we will have the Diablo creator. We're going to be rating RizarJ on both, RizarJ on both YouTube and Twitch. So stick around for more great Diablo 4 content. But yeah, We'll see you in the 230 PTR. See you in Sanctuary.
Yep. Bye. Thank you.
All right. Well, before I give my summary, I need to watch the first 5 minutes again because my power went out earlier. So let's see that real quick.
This is Disintegrate. It is another catalyst. The elemental damage that your catalyst deals.
Wait, did I miss that already?
Skill. And that's where the cooldown.
Wait. Oh, their stream went down too. Wait a minute. They have two. Yeah. Okay, so where is it? Oh, the Furon, thank you.
Achieve that for Season 9 going forward.
Yeah.
By the way, I have a sub goal for today. We said 100 subs to name my first character in Season 9, D4 bad. 34 more to go.
Yeah, and this is kind of like a little bite-sized sneak peek of some of the things we'll be talking about later on in the stream.
In Journey, you can fight those Torment 4 bosses and have reasonable success doing it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the absolute fastest speed farmer in the pit with every single build, but you're able to complete all.
Yeah, I didn't see that part as well, actually.
Just a little bit.
So I'm gonna watch the first 5 to 10 minutes again.
And I'm really glad we actually ended up bringing that to PTR because it got us so much fantastic feedback from you guys, and we decided to pull back on it a bit. And now we're actually pretty happy with where the pacing of leveling is.
Yeah, I'm playing
Diablo 4 right
season.
With that said,
very good,
it did end up highlighting a few other things with the slightly slower leveling, which was that there may not be enough activity variety while you want to.
Okay. I want to see the dungeon stuff.
You go and fight a Season 8. We're constantly just playing the game, finding what works, what doesn't, listening to what you guys
complete all content, which is really that you can take any kind of build that you can think of that's kind of coherently put together, right? You find a skill that you like, you start building into it, and you can take that build and get into Torment 4. You can complete the Season Journey, you can fight those Torment 4 bosses, and have reasonable success doing it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the absolute fastest speed farmer in the pit with every single build, but you're able to complete all the content. That's really the bar we're trying to shoot for with a lot of our class balance, and we want to make sure that there's a wide diversity of classes and builds that can achieve that. And I think for this season in particular, we've gotten in a pretty good spot. There are a few outliers that we're still going to look to kind of close the gap on. And also, I just wanted to say that, you know, this is an ongoing process. And one of the things that the PTR is so valuable for us testing is getting feedback on the new content we're putting in, the new builds we're trying to enable, and make sure they are hitting that mark.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like, that's the nature of live service games, right? Like, it's always iterative. We're always trying to balance things and get them to a spot where they function really well and builds feel really good, and it feels like you're not shoehorned into one. So yeah, the state of the game right now.
There's definitely some interesting stuff to try with new builds and stuff. Spiritborn alone has like at least 2-3 new things to try.
So that's
going to be interesting.
Yeah, and of course we'll be sharing some updates for the class balance later on in the presentation, specifically around the Overpower stat, which has definitely been kind of dominating the meta this season and has been for a little bit. So we're definitely aware of that and going to look to make adjustments with the interest of promoting non-Overpower builds to also compete with them. And of course, also we also recognize that here in Season 8, a lot of the absolute top builds, those ones at the very top of the meta, are kind of the same ones that they were in Season 7, in the previous season. And we know there's some fatigue around that, where, hey, Death Trap Rogue, it's the best Rogue build again. Hey, Earthquake Barbarian, and so on. Bloodwave Necro are some examples of hey, it's the same class the second season.
And we definitely realized really strong, actually.
You know, maybe we didn't quite shake up the meta as much as we really were aiming for on Season 8. But we hope some of the big changes I'll talk about later really achieve that for Season 9 going forward.
Yeah, and this is kind of like a little bite-sized sneak peek of some of the things we'll be talking about later on in the stream. But again, that's the beauty of having the PTR, right? Is it's, you know, I think Dan said it before, like, this is our time to adjust all the knobs in the dial so that you know, you can test the content, give us your feedback, and then we can make some changes before that all goes live to make sure it feels great in game. So yeah. So yeah, with that in mind, with the 2.3.0 PTR, for those of you that are keen and know the roadmap inside and out, you'll know that this next season's is going to deal with all things dungeons. So we have a lot of new and exciting systems and activities that are coming in Season 9 that you'll see in the 2.3.0 PTR. So Dan, what are some of the things that players can expect to get into and try out with this PTR?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to run through some of the features that you're going to see in the Season 9 PTR. First off, I'm going to talk a little bit high level, build on some of the things that they were saying before. I think, you know, when we've been looking at our seasons after X1, we've really been thinking about, you know, what are those areas that we need to really kind of plus up? What's become stale? And one of those areas that, you know, really felt as if it needed some love was the dungeons, specifically our Nightmare dungeons. And so we slotted that in Season 9. And that's really been the dominant theme of a lot of the features that we're going to release. Obviously, if you're familiar with the roadmap, you know, you'll understand that this is where we're headed. But it's important that, you know, we're still trying to, even within that, promote that activity variety and create a lot of permanent additions to the game. I know that's something coming out of Season 7, especially. A lot of folks had a lot of feedback on. And so we've taken some extra effort to make sure that we can, you know, bring a lot of these changes season on season into the permanent game moving forward. So without further ado, let's take a look at some of the features. Now, as with any PTR, I'm just going to say up front, we're not going to include any story. We're not going to include the quest line, rep track, things like that. We're really focusing on things that are more repeatable gameplay that we need a lot of feedback on. First up, Herogic spells. So you see an image here of the UI for the Herogic spells. It's really cool. It's kind of a create a power system this season. I'm not going to speak too much about that. I'm actually going to let Liam speak about that after I go through the rest of these features. Next up, we have Nightmare Affects updates, and I'll get to those in a little bit. We have Herogic Strong Rooms. Herogic Strong Rooms are a new type of micro dungeon within any dungeon. Next up, we have Escalating Nightmares. Escalating Nightmares is a new type of dungeon
progression is going to be like a cellar, I guess.
And finally, we have Astaroth. So let's dig into Nightmare Affects updates just a little bit more. I actually think Aislin's going to talk about it a bit after, so I'm just going to hit this at a high level. I mean, the defining feature of Nightmare Dungeons are the Nightmare affixes, right? And so, we've spent a lot of time over, 8 seasons basically saying, oh, well, people don't like this one. Let's tweak this one. Maybe we can add a few here and there. But, we really haven't put, a strong lens on the Nightmare Dungeon affixes as we have in Season 9, especially when we're looking at trying to promote new types of rewards, or at least variations on the type of rewards that dungeons can have. So you see here, we've got Herogic Reserve and Equipment
I need to rewatch part of it right now before I do my summary.
Are new types of rewards that you can find within the dungeons. Equipment Delve specifically is you are seeking around the dungeon to find these gizmos that allow you to up.
And the one thing I'm looking forward to the most is like all the STR nerfs, bug fixes. Some of the new builds could be interesting. But also, this Nightmare Dungeon stuff could be really cool, I think. So I hope that this is actually going to be awesome. Like the escalating thing.
Grade the rewards that you get at the end. Let's move on.
Close quarters nerf damage bonus cut at 90%.
So let's talk about strong rooms a bit. I said it was a micro dungeon, right? This is a micro dungeon, however, that's going to be hidden within a Nightmare Dungeon. So, the Herodrim have always been very secretive, and we thought this would be a great opportunity to explore gameplay kind of along those lines. And so you, upon entering the dungeon, have to find the entrance to this, Herodric strong room. Now, once you're in the strong room, and you basically are going to be earning Herodric attunement by slaying enemies. And this attunement is going to improve the chest that you get at the end after defeating the mini-boss. So really, all said and done, what this strong room is about is maximizing that attunement. If it feels a little bit like the Gauntlet, it does have some inspiration from that. We don't have the Gauntlet in the game anymore, but we wanted to, bring that element of really trying to maximize your score within a certain period of time and giving you a lot of really interesting ways to do that. And so what you see here in the image is one of those tools. These are tests that you can choose to take at the beginning of the strong room, and that will modify how your strong room plays out. There's a couple of other images here we can go through as well. Here is the Herodric portal that you'll enter in order to get to the strong room. Here is the gate that leads to the strong room. So you have an ante room right before the strong room, where you have to perform a little test to make sure you understand pillar created.
I've seen
this. Pillar. Just getting a good amount of feedback about, is it fun enough? Does it differentiate itself enough from some of the other modes that we've created? And so, yeah, let us know. Next up, we've got Escalating Nightmares. Now this one, I just got done playtesting this morning, and it's really coming together at this point. We're really happy with it. So this is a progression that allows you to fight through a series of Nightmare Dungeons. 3 specifically. And each time you enter a new Nightmare Dungeon, new affixes get added to the list of dungeons, increasing both the difficulty and, of course, the fun part, the reward efficiency. And so it's going to culminate with a boss fight. The one you're going to play in the PTR is going to culminate with that Astaroth boss fight. And in order to get into, an escalating nightmare, you're going to need to get an escalating nightmare sigil. Now this is currently going to drop in Torment 1 from strong rooms. All right, I think there is an image of a totem coming up. So let's take a look at that real quick. Yep. So at the end of a dungeon, you're going to be looking for this particular totem. And that's going to allow you to open a portal immediately to the next dungeon, which is honestly going to create a nice flow state running from dungeon to dungeon to dungeon. So you don't have to back out if you don't want to. You don't have to go into your inventory and hit it again. You just hit the portal and go. So
if only you had loot builders in this game.
That's pretty cool. With the Escalating Nightmares, I think the thing that we probably want the most feedback on is actually how you go about acquiring it. Right now, you can only get them in Torment 1, and, going into the PTR, we're like, well, that feels pretty good. But we're also like, well, do people want to try and experience this earlier? So this is something we'd love to hear from y'all on. Finally, we've got Astaroth Reignited. So Astaroth, of course, is, a very recognizable demon from Diablo 4 base game. And, you know, we were really trying to think of somebody we could put a face, you know, to for the upcoming season.
Okay, so they barely talked about this stuff.
And somebody said, "Well, what about Astaroth?" And we thought about it. And
how many layers of
you know, that's kind of
escalation are
unfinished
there?
business. Really, this is kind of a rematch when you come down to it, because you defeated him the first time, right? You knocked him off the amalgam, and then you saw him in hell. But we really haven't seen him since. He's just sitting there relaxing at this point. So we really wanted to have this rematch. But if it's a rematch, we don't want to give you the same fight, right? So we've updated the combat mechanics, and there's some things that will feel familiar, but there's some new twists in this fight as well. The final thing I want to say about Astaroth right now is he is not immediately going to the boss ladder. We're really trying to find ways to integrate some of our bosses in new fashions within the overall end game. It's pretty important for us to, you know, kind of branch out. You know, we did a great job iterating on and polishing up the boss ladder last season. So we want to try some new things here, and let us know how we did there. But I think there's a tease of Astaroth coming up, so let's check it out. So here we are entering his lair, and this part of the fight, first phase of the fight, it's going to feel a little bit familiar.
Okay.
Going to be riding the amalgam, but, you know, pretty soon it varies up quite a bit. And so we're going to leave it at that, I think. Honestly, yeah, I don't want to spoil it for folks. I just go check it out when the PTR hits. So I think at this point, we are going to chat with Liam next. So I'm going to kick it back to Irvine.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I am so nervous right now. that caffeine is combining with that.
So I'm going to kick it back to Irvine.
Let's do a summary, guys. I'm not really sure what to think. I mean, there's some good stuff in there, but the season theme is like, I guess, as expected, kind of whatever. Dude, they just needed... All they had to do was put the fucking cube, give us 3 legendaries for free, and that's it, right? They don't have to do all this like random shenanigans, and everyone would love it, right? It's like, why do they do this, you know? I mean, you could say, okay, this is recycled from Diablo 3, but at least for Diablo 4, it would be something new. And now it's like literally the same shit, right? And they put like all this extra effort of like powers that will be deleted soon anyway. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. We already have too much power. I mean, they are nerfing all the S tier builds, you know, and they could like smooth it out with the cube, you know, giving us extra power from extra affixes and so on, right? So they would nerf the top builds, which is necessary, and then they would smooth it out with like a pretty powerful theme, and yeah, it would be actually kind of fine, right? But yeah, I don't know, man. They buffed Pulverize a lot. I mean, I'm sure they buffed a bunch of stuff that is like kind of like underperforming. You know, right now I don't really see like anything rising to the level of current S tier builds again, which is a good thing, I guess. So there's that. I guess you have to check exactly in detail like what happens to the existing S tier builds. I think all the S tier builds that we have right now are too strong, so it's good that they basically nerfed all of them. And then, you know, cap the key passes, which is also not bad. It's just kind of like they do all these like caps because they don't really know, you know, how to otherwise balance it, right? So I guess it's like kind of like a lazy way, but an effective way of balancing at least. So, but yeah. Anyway, I need to record something for YouTube, guys. So let's do that, and then we're gonna go for the patch notes afterwards. So get ready. Where's my Discord? Okay. So there's my, I crashed earlier, so. Anyway. Let's go for it, guys. Say hi, YouTube. All right. Hi everyone, so we just watched the Campfire chat for Season 9 and the PTR, and well, there's a lot of stuff to unpack here, and I have not seen the patch notes yet, so I'll have a separate video upload later on talking about the patch notes, which are pretty large, it seems, lots of balance updates in particular, but I can only go through what I have just seen here, so stay tuned for another video. But we do have news about the season theme, the dungeon escalation system, the Herogic powers that you can see here. I have a bunch of screenshots that I can show you to kind of give you an understanding of how everything works, and a lot of balance updates that I've already mentioned here in the class section. So I'm gonna go through it all right now. So let's start with the Nightmare Dungeon update here. So the way this sounds is that this dungeon escalation system is actually not just a seasonal feature. At least they mentioned that this might be something for the future as well, even though on the roadmap it looked like it. I'm not 100% sure right now, but at the very least this system works like that. So we have the new Nightmare Dungeon affixes. You see here, for example, positive affixes that go beyond what we used to have with like the extra gold and XP. Now you can find like certain equipment, you can find gems, and kind of like a bigger reason to go into some of those Nightmare Dungeons. So it might be like a really good target farming feature now. And the way that the escalation works is that you basically just keep adding more affixes to these dungeons. So it's going to be more stuff in there. And you see here, for example, this is like I guess like a third layer escalation sigil. You kind of go from dungeon to dungeon, and we don't know how far this goes. There might be like 10 runs or whatever. And well, you just get more stuff, but it also gets harder. So it's like a little bit of like a form of juicing, and it might be really valuable to do this. But I mean, we have not played it, so we'll see. And you'll see here also these Herogic strong rooms. So this is like part of the seasonal stuff, I think. Which looks like this here. It's like a mini dungeon you can find somewhere in your Nightmare Dungeons, and then you have like different these tests that you can like start. I guess you choose one of them or something, and they have like different like outcomes and different rewards and so on. And depending on how well you do, you get extra rewards basically. So I guess it's also like another like kind of like rewarding experience depending on how strong your character is. We don't really know all the details of this, but we do know that this is where the escalation sigil is coming from. So you have to go in the normal Nightmare Dungeons, find the strong rooms, complete them, get the escalation sigil, which is like a separate sigil type. You see this here. And those have like these like multi-layer rewards basically. And at the end, there will be the Astaroth boss fight. So this Astaroth is this guy here. This is from Act 2 in the original campaign. And it's like a revamped fight of this. I think a lot of people like we're looking forward to Astaroth at some point, at least like from the past. I always remember people talking about him. Might be a cool fight. And this is outside of the boss ladder system. So there's like this own boss fight with its own rewards. I'm not sure what exactly. They didn't really say exactly what this guy will drop. Maybe the new uniques, since they added a few. So we'll see. But yeah, this is kind of like how that whole system works with the Nightmare Dungeons. Overall, it seems like a step in the right direction at least. So these like multi-layer dungeons could be interesting, especially with like how they get harder and harder. But since this is tied to torment difficulties, it means we're gonna like out-gear this very easily at some point, and this is gonna be like torment 4 content basically, where we one-shot everything and nothing is dangerous to us. So that's kind of like the end game for most even kind of bad builds these days. So in that case, I don't really expect like a lot of like, kind of like crazy stuff going on here, but it might at least be really valuable in terms of like farming certain things. Yeah, then we have the Herogic powers. So this is like the seasonal powers. This is similar to what we had in the past. There's like this interface here, and you can kind of like mix and match, build your own spell. So you have like these 5 different, I don't know, they have like all different names here, catalysts. So the catalyst is kind of the spell itself. And you have this bar here that represents the 6 skills on your skill bar, and similar to the mercenary reinforcements, you can trigger these catalysts whenever you press one of your buttons, basically, with a certain cooldown. And then, for example, there's like a starfall, there's like one that summons like some minions, and there's like, I guess, some explosion here and whatnot. They haven't shown us all of them. And then you can customize these kind of similar to how it works right now in Season 8, I guess, with like modifiers. So there's like these different like modifiers here. You can put them in there, and then the spell has like some extra effects, or buffs you or debuffs the enemy, or gives you some certain stats. And it's kind of like, build your own spell. So here's some examples. There's like this minion thing that explodes. Here's this infusion. This is one of those modifier types. And in that case, for example, it gives you like fire damage bonus equal to the highest damage type bonus. So you can like, you know, stack poison, but you also get fire, which is certainly not going to break enlightenment on a Sorc. And these kind of things. There's also some stuff that just like deletes monster affixes or elite affixes. So we'll see how this will go. They also showed off like a clip, for example, of destroying wallers and these kind of things. So it's like a little gimmick that you can add here. And maybe some extra damage powers or something like that. But realistically, I don't really expect those things to do any kind of damage that is like noteworthy in the late game. This has been a problem with the previous season powers, and they're just doing the same stuff again. I don't really expect those to carry you or something like that. But here's just some of those example effects. And this is like another type of modifiers here. They're called Arcana. That gives you yet another buff, for example, for your character or something when you activate your catalyst. And yeah, there's a bunch of like little things you get from that. It's like that's bottom line. It seems kind of like on the level of other typical season themes in terms of the impact. We also do get these unique like jewels here. So they go into your jewelry sockets, similar to season 7 actually, where we had the witch power gems. Some of them even have exactly the same effect. So here's like a cheat death effect. So that's amazing. You know, they just deleted hardcore for no reason. And then we have yeah, some stuff that is actually a copy pasta from season 7, like this one. So yeah, kind of just like extra power boosts here. The Banish Restriction effect is coming for dot builds. That's kind of interesting. I guess we'll see how broken that will be. It seems like they are kind of going a bit over the top here with some of those effects. But yeah, this is kind of what you can expect here for now. Now, some other updates that are coming. So we have this here, Misk. So outside of the seasonal stuff, and as I said, I'm not 100% sure about the Nightmare Dungeon stuff. This might be seasonal or might be permanent, but at least the jewels here and the powers, they are obviously seasonal and they will not come back, I guess. But for now, this is what you got here. Now, what do you need to know? Season 8 gets no more balance updates right now. So until the 1st of July, when Season 9 starts, everything is set in stone. But then there's a lot of nerfs coming, which mostly are good in my book. So they talked about this here, Overpower. I actually recently made a video about this dedicated to that topic alone. And they are doing almost exactly what I had in mind would be the solution. So I think that is actually really excellent. They are nerfing the Overpower additive scaling by 80%. So previously a 40k live, 40k 45 build would have 20,000% extra damage, which is roughly times 10 or so of the typical values that typical builds have. And that extra damage is now nerfed by 80%. So you can kind of see it as 1k live fortified equals 100% damage boost. So a 40k live build will have 4,000% extra damage instead of 20,000 now. And this means it's going to be like triple instead of like times 11 of typical builds, for example. So that is a really good move, and this will probably immediately kill a lot of the like non-overpower related classes that like try to use that mechanic basically. So like Sorcs, for example, they're not really an overpower class, and they will likely not continue to use it now, which I think makes a lot of sense. So we'll see how this play out. Overall, I think it's going to balance out the meta in a much better way though. So I'm actually kind of excited for this. Then they're also like rebalancing like some of the additive values on like items I can roll. They talked about create an overpower, get the same value. Okay, max res, everyone is going to get 20% more defense basically. Actually, almost, it's like 16. Yeah, something like 20% against the elemental effects because max res goes to 75 now, baseline, but the cap is still 85 with like Tyrius Might, for example. They're also rebalancing key passives. So they're nerfing like especially like the key passives that really scale to the moon, like combustion right now, or enlightenment, I guess, and close quarters combat. There's a bunch of like examples here that have really high values, especially if you ramp up a certain like stat on your gear or something. So they said that they should generally be in that range of like 75% damage bonus, and no single effect should be, it's just eclipsing the others. So that's basically what they said. So I expect there's going to be a lot of nerfs in the patch notes once they go through them. But overall, this will also mean they bring down the top builds and they kind of like balance out the overall meta, which, yeah, is definitely a good move here. So I'm also excited to see how this will play out. But I would definitely expect that we're going to be overall weaker, especially on the best builds and the top builds in Season 9. I expect that it's going to be not as easy as it was in Season 8 to just like blast through everything and one-shot all the bosses and be immortal while doing that, basically. And, you know, stuff like, you know, Pit 120 is probably out of the question. So we'll see. Some other stuff they talked about, season rep from any elite and bosses you kill. So that's just going to be like a you know, season-wide thing. And here's the unique powers. I'm going to show them in a second. More runes. So a lot of people are complaining about runes. We're going to get more from especially the tributes and from Undercity. Every tribute will give you 1 rune now. More gem fragments in hordes. Also, they lowered the cost of crafting. For example, the jewelry caches and so on. They give them more items. So that might be at least some kind of like late game material sink as well, depending on how much we get here. And they also talked about the reliquary, and they said that they understand that people are unhappy with that and they might do some upgrades there in the future. Now let's talk about the class changes. So here's first of all some new items. So I'm going to work class by class. First the new items and then the changes. So we have this new unique here. Every class gets 1. For Barbarians, this is a pair of boots that gives you a basic attack buff and a cleave effect, similar to the bash cleave, which the temper will now be reworked. But all of your basic skills will be able to cleave. So they said that in general, they actually wanted to buff basic skills across the board, and they actually gave them a lot more power, like double or triple, with nerfing some other effects in the meantime as well, to make sure they don't go completely overboard. Now, personally, I don't have that much hope for basic builds, but depending on the numbers, we might see some stuff like Bash Barb again, or maybe some other stuff. And for example, on Spiritborn, there could be some potential for something like a Thrash build being actually pretty good now and so on. So we'll see. But yeah, across the board, they wanted to buff all of them. And here's like a special example for the Barb. Another thing though for the Barbs is they nerfed Earthquakes, especially through the legendary Paragon node here. And yeah, probably some other tweaks that we'll see in the patch notes. Then we have the Druid. They get a pretty interesting new item for Pulverize, so I think that is going to be an exciting build here. Pulverize, at least for me, is one of my favorites, and especially on a Druid, I really love that build. And they making this like some kind of crossover with like crits, overpowers, and poison damage now. So you have this new weapon. That could be pretty busted, especially if you look back at this unique jewelry with the damage over time stacking effect. That could be pretty nuts, and we'll see how this will play out. But definitely exciting that we're gonna see something for Polarize here, I think. Also, Cataclysm is getting a nerf, kind of expected, I guess. They did say that the snapshotting of all powers for Cataclysm is intended, but they're just nerfing the numbers. Grizzly Rage is getting an update. They also talked about, for example, updating existing legendary aspects that they have not previewed here, but this was one of the examples they've shown where they took like a handful of powers per class and updated them instead of making new legendary aspects. So we're gonna see a bunch of stuff there that could be pretty exciting, but it looks like this is not in the patch notes yet, so we'll see next week, I guess. Then, yeah, here's an example of this Polarize thing. So there's like this poison puddle and you like blast into it and it sprays like these poison pools everywhere. So it could be kind of cool here. Then we have the Necromancer. They get this, the Hand of Nas, skeletal mage glove. So red runs are back, basically. Well, basically the idea is you sacrifice your other minions and you only use the mages and you kind of tank for your mages and buff those. And well, that's the build basically. So you just try to keep them alive as much as you can. Sounds like an interesting concept for like a new way to play minions, and we'll see what else will happen here. But yeah, kind of cool item, I think, even though I don't really enjoy minions that much. There's also some nerfs on Necro here. So Soul Rift is getting nerfed. I guess that was long overdue. No more barrier, but you can still get it in other ways. The nerfing unique pants, that's also something that like affects the Necros a lot, but this is across the board nerf to all unique pants that give damage, they said. This also affects, for example, the rogues with the Eyes in the Dark, and well, the blood builds in particular, because they have really big pants. So yeah, not that much more damage here. So Blood Wave will go down, Blood Surge, Blood Spear, everything basically is gonna get a nerf, but all of these are also really powerful builds currently. But keep in mind, this is kind of like a cumulative nerf. We also have the Overpower nerf that affects all of these, so we might actually see like a pretty heavy impact on some of those builds. Then we have the Rogue. Rogue gets this new item here, which is a Flurry Helm that wants you to not run with any resource generation and instead spend your life when you're out of resources. Kind of a weird design. We'll see if that's going to be good or not. Realistically, this doesn't seem much better than just a Perdition Helm with kind of a huge downside. So we'll see. But this is kind of the new item here. I don't really expect much of it. And there's no other updates for Flurry, and it's really not crazy, I think. But Ice in the Dark / Death Trap is getting a nerf. I guess that comes to no one's surprise. They are buffing Poison Trap in particular of Infiltrator aspects, so I'm excited to see that one. Bursting Venoms as well, so that could be a thing, maybe for like Poison TB again or something like that. And Eagle Horn is getting a buff apparently, so a penetrating shot might be a thing now. So they also talked about ranged rogues being kind of like not really that great right now, and we'll see if they're going to do some other big updates here. And then we have the Sorc. Sorc get a pretty cool new item. This is the amulet here for Hydras. So you're gonna have big Hydras, and you can buff them with like adding more heads, so you don't have this massive ring of Hydra heads that we have seen in the past once Tempering was introduced, which to be honest I found pretty cool, but it seems like they want to move away from that and instead make Giga Hydras. So they will always be 3-headed, but for every extra head you get extra damage and they go larger. So that could be a thing now, and here's an example where they show this off. There's like the normal Hydra, and this is like the 3-headed Hydra, and it's like, you know, way larger, and I'm pretty sure this can grow as large as the entire screen at some point if you have like 20 Hydra heads or something. So I'm quite excited to see that, and that could actually be an interesting new setup here. Lightning Spear is getting a nerf. We don't know how much yet, but I expect a lot. Plus they are fixing a bunch of the bugs like Enlightenment and so on. They talked about that. So this is probably going to get addressed. Combustion is getting a nerf. Burning skills are getting buffed though, but overall this will probably be a net loss here. And we'll see where Sorcs will land exactly. And lastly, the Spiritborn. They're actually getting some interesting updates here for once. So Deflection Aspect and Razor Wings is getting a buff. There could be like a cool new build option, like a ranged build option here. So I was actually hoping for something like this. That's cool. And they're also getting this new pair of unique pants that combines thorns and poison. And that could be actually something. So I'm actually excited to try this. I have some ideas for this. And we might actually see some actual new builds here on the Spiritborn for now. So we'll see. And they also talked about nerfing the Hunter in all the wrong ways, which doesn't matter at all. So we're just going to play Hunter everywhere again anyway. Which, I mean, is a fun skill, but yeah, if they want to make other ultimates viable, I guess we'll need a lot more than that. But yeah, in any case, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the meta will play out. For now, this is the class updates, and as I mentioned, we're going to go through the patch notes as well, and there's going to be a lot of little things there to talk about. And then next Tuesday, the PTR goes live, and we'll see how the nerfs are really going to impact everything. There were a few more things here in the Q&A. So they are not updating Tempering or Masterworking as we had hoped. So I was actually expecting for Season 9 that we're going to get a big update here. They just said they're going to lower the cost a little bit in the patch during Season 8. And they are like considering the further options down the line with those systems. But for now, nothing here that is really a big change. So the resetting, like, I talked about this a lot in my feedback as well, that I expected would be changed in Season 9 is not happening. And, well, also some stuff that was not mentioned here. So Shadow Clone, Pits, Endgame in general, dupes, gold, performance issues, champion monsters. Just like a random list of stuff that came to mind. Nothing that they talked about here, at least with those topics. Yeah, and that also sums it up pretty much. So this was the Campfire chat. I do have to say, as my bottom line, I dislike that we're gonna get a recycled season theme yet again. It's just like the same stuff that we had before. In some cases, literally the same effects here as Season 7, for example. So obviously this is a little bit repetitive and boring compared to what it could have been. It's always just like the same system. But okay, it might be fun to play around with these powers. There might be some cool combos we're gonna discover. So we'll see. I do like the Nightmare Dungeon updates though. I think this could be very fun. So cool new affixes. We can actually do target farming. I think this might solve a lot of the holes in like the progression. that we have with like people running out of souls or people running out of crystals or people running out of gold. So depending on how they solve this here, this could be very nice. And this escalation system also sounds like it might make Nightmare Dungeon farming a little bit more interesting and more rewarding, which is desperately needed. Overall, I do hope though that at least long term, let's say expansion and so on, we're gonna get an even bigger update here, like an actual juicing system and actually rewarding and difficult content, because this is still all, confined into Torment 4 territory, which is just not really a high-end, kind of like exciting system to like grind this for like 500 hours, for example. So yeah, this is kind of missing here. And then for like the overall class changes, I think they did nerf most of the right things, and I guess it just comes down to, are we going to get enough updates to the other existing worse builds right now? So we'll see exactly, but I can't speak to that just yet. So yeah, this is kind of my bottom line here. Some good stuff, some bad stuff, and well, we'll see next week. So this is my summary. I'm gonna link down the patch notes as well, and the full like campfire video, so you can go check it out
oh
for
my
yourself.
gosh, I am so nervous right now.
Yeah, hope you enjoyed that, and see you guys next time. All right, that was a 21-minute summary actually, guys. That was kind of long, but here we go. Oops. Patch notes on bottom of the block. Yeah, we is there more here? Ah, there is more. Okay. All right. So they handled like the PTR stuff and then the other stuff. Okay, but there's just things to see real quick. Okay. Patch notes time. Yeah, we're gonna go through this now. So let's see. Let me just tweet real quick here as well about the patch notes I'll be added, since I have the summary anyway. Okay. Oh my god, what the hell's going on? Being with the big raid, man. Holy shit. Hello, guys. So some chat GPT copy pasta. Yo, Lizard, hello. Thank you. Yeah, we already been there last night actually, and now we raid us back. We just finished watching the campfire. Wait, I just shouted out the wrong guy. Whoops. Sorry. Stop. How can I unshout out? Anyway, Bina QC. Thank you. What is that? In this shattered world of Eterra, tales still echo of a legendary sorcerer, Azariel the Starforged, whose name was both feared and revered. Wielding a forbidden staff known as Celestial Doom, a relic no mortal dared lay hand upon, Azariel defied the gods themselves. Said to be forged from a dying star's core and inscribed with lost celestial runes. The stuff whispered madness to all but him. With his unfathomable power, he hunted and finally slew his eternal nemesis, Aberoth. Nice. Okay, I have to wait 1 minute and 6 seconds before giving another shoutout. Unlucky. Ugh. Anyway, I hope you had a good time. We are just going through the patch notes for the upcoming Season 9 here. So if you wanna sit back and listen to my smooth voice, then feel free to do that. No gameplay tonight. But I appreciate the raid. With the basic attack buffs, you think a Chrome build will be possible? No chance, I think, unless they do something ridiculous to that item. Like, you know, like a miracle. So, like, you know, some builds like that, they're like so far off the charts, like, you know, on the bottom. That, you know, they're in the negative, basically. Like, this is not gonna be enough, I think. Nerfing Victimize. That would be hilarious, actually, if they do. What are my thoughts on the campfire chat? Well, you should go back 20 minutes on the VOD. You'll learn. Alright, let's check this out here. Introduce a new way to activate powers. Okay. Catalyst, Infusion, Arcana. Okay. Use the PTR vendor. Okay. Catalyst. Have their own cooldown. Okay. Hit and rank 10 bonus. Celestial Search. So let's check the new stuff, I guess, really quick. Astro Magic. Wait. Arcane Magic. Arcane, Astral. Okay. So they have like different weapon types, elemental types or something. Okay, and rune that pulls in surrounding enemies. And randomly strike the area. That's the one they showed us, right? Stars periodically fall around you. Okay, Disintegrate. Form an arcane conductor that emits a persistent beam. Ah, that's the one they showed us. That seems very underwhelming. Okay, whatever. Propulsion. Generate a mana blast that delivers damage and knocks back all foes. Makes a glide take another damage. Knockback is gargantuan. An enemy slain in the terrain by it will form a lesser mana blast the first time it happened to them. Okay. Cosmic Anomaly. That's the 5 anomalies. Okay, every 5 seconds. While the 5 anomalies are unstoppable. It sounds like he's gonna use this one because you get 3 unstoppable. For like half the builds. Okay, Astral Pillar. Shape an ethereal column that taunts for 3 seconds. Okay. Taunted enemies become vulnerable and move faster. Infusions. Modifies the type of damage or damage over time that the catalyst deals. Each infusion gains its own bonus that allows the catalyst to deactivate specific monster affixes. Okay. Smoldering Ember. Destroys structures, ignite the ground. Deactivate Chilling Wind. Okay. Nebulous Extract. Enemies hit, deal 10% reduced damage for 7 seconds. Your shadow damage bonus is equal to highest damage. Deactivates monster summoner effects. Okay, Glacial Nimbus. Cold and Frostbite. Frostbiting. Okay. Okay. Enemies damaged by it are chilled. Limits once per enemy every 1 second while they get a cold damage bonus. Okay. Deactivates Explosive. That was kind of interesting. Now you can make a 100% dodge rogue and not get killed by explosive. Corrosive Vapor. Take poison. Can happen on each enemy every 3 seconds. Okay, deactivates Vampiric. Okay, Thunderous. Damage arc of the surrounding enemy. Lightning damage. Deactivates Suppressor. Yeah, everyone is just gonna run that, right? Or maybe the Waller thing. But there's one way they deal less damage, one way they get chilled, so this could be interesting. Arcana. Okay, so what is this? There are 3 tiers, magic, rare, legendary, adjust effects Discover the depth and complexity as you delve through the possibilities, guys. Okay. Damage on catalyst has a 35% chance to immobilize. Okay. Unstoppable whenever it activates. Movement speed. Daze. Stealth. Fortify and heal you. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Okay. What does that mean? After it dissipates, it essence is bottled back up. I don't know what that means. Bottled wind. I guess you cannot reproc your barrier, I guess. So probably only every 4 seconds. Okay, that's kind of nice though. Okay, who cares? 5% maximum resource generation per second. It's kind of nice for early game. 10 resistance and maximum resistance to the element of your infusion. Plus 2% per rank. But you cannot get more than 10% maximum. Like, this is it already. What? Okay. Okay, rare. Bigger effect. Deactivates monster damage resistance aura effect for 2.5 seconds, but you take 10% more stacking damage for the same time. Detch. Okay. What does stacking mean? Destroys barriers and knocks them down. That's pretty good too. 40% chance to consume damage over time effects and deal 100% of the damage instantly. We really don't want dot builds to exist, right? Okay, floaty bubble. Brings you to the center and grants unhindered. Brings you to a target but leaves their kingdom collector behind. Brings you to the center of the blast and makes you unhindered. Brings you to a focused destination, grants unhindered. Brings you to its implosion, grants unhindered, and cleanses you of all negative effects. Dude, watch this, just like, oh wait, dominant stacks don't exist anymore, right? I wonder if this can like remove some other negative effects like Lilith stacks or so. Yeah, July 1st is the season. All those mean nothing. Yeah, I mean, it's like some tiny effects, right? Like, okay, you get unstoppable, you get unhindered, you get like a little barrier. It overall seems like a much weaker theme than the one we had, which is already a much weaker theme than the Season 7 theme. But I guess we also have the gems, so maybe it's going to be similar to what it is now. Nightmare Orb, Fear, log out, I guess. But it's good for stagger. Okay, Frigid Heart. Explodes and freezes. Second round forms. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be easier to understand all the stuff when you actually get to play it. Like, I'm not gonna try too hard right now. Just wanna see them all once. Pressurized Steam. A stun effect. There is a chance to stun and guarantee to critically strike stunned enemies. Bloody Charm. Gains a specialized execute effect for non-boss enemies of 10% or less life. Plus 2% per rank. That is pretty strong. Okay, strong rooms. Let's see. Okay, a few ways to improve your chance of finding a strong room. Increase the difficulty level or torment tier. Upgrade your wayfinder using heraldic files. Your wayfinder. Yes, navigate for 9 dungeons to put a distinct flash and sound of a heraldic gateway. Looks like a pit portal. There will be a limited amount of time to complete a strong room before the valuables are sealed away forever. Slay demons and satiate heraldic pillars. Okay. Okay, initiate the heraldic artifact pillar and slay the enemies to complete the initial ritual. Be presented with heraldic pillars that can augment a strong room by mutating the rituals necessary. Some pillars have held the bones of their original intent, while others have been corrupted by Astaroth's influence. So they have, like, you know, magic, rare, legendary. Okay. You need to select pillars to influence your strong room. Choose wisely. The amount of pillars you need to select and the amount available to choose from will increase as you increase the difficulty level. So I guess you can do multiple at once or what? Within the strong room, you'll have limited time to earn as much heraldic achievement as possible. Slay monsters in the manner requested. Upon completing each pillar ritual, all monster kills will grant +2 increased heraldic achievement for 10 seconds. Locate shrines to aid your fight. Upon completion, you need to fight the boss that spawns to leave a strong room. Okay. Oh, they killed the Death Trap rearm. Interesting. They should have just removed it at that point. So they increased the damage value, but removed it with the rearm, basically. So like half damage. That's actually not really that much of a nerf. But the overpower stuff together with it, I guess, is gonna be noticeable. The overpower nerfs is a big eye factor. Alright, I see the nightmare stuff. Throws you into a chain of 3 nightmare dungeons. Okay, only 3, yeah. That's very little. Nightmares escalate. Okay. Manage to fight away through all 3 and waiting at the end is a date with the exalted version of Astaroth. Okay. It seems like we're gonna be seeing a lot of Astaroth, to be honest. But okay. I think it's gonna get repetitive pretty fast. Ah, look, Astaroth is actually going off the mount. Cool. You slay the Amalgam before Astaroth, the Hound of Hell goes into resurrection state, but the Amalgam can't be slain while his master still lives. After a brief time, Amalgam will recover and rise to rejoin the fight. Slaying these two... What the hell is that language? Okay, well, we'll see. I wonder if it's gonna be hard. Okay, dungeon content for all realms. Okay, so the escalation part is actually just a seasonal thing. Or is this just season? Okay, new nightmare affixes. Affix types, heraldic reserves. New chests or specialized rewards. Fragments, gold, ovals, currency, resources. Okay, delve. Weapon, jewelry, armor. I think that needs to be more specialized than that. Spawns in additional shrines of the specified type. Miscellaneous. Experience will have a chance to spawn and kill. An experience well will spawn somewhere in the dungeon. Oh, I totally forgot that these exist. Wait, do they still exist? I totally forgot about those. Increase experience modes. Treasure breach. Number of kill gremlins. Ooh, that could be big. They actually give a lot of gold. I got like 50 million gold from one goblin. That is actually nuts. If they didn't nerf them. End date is July 1. Okay, Herogic Jewels. Wait a minute. Dungeon content for all realms. So he was like the season stuff. And then they did this. And now you get the jewels. So now I'm confused. We're back to like seasonal stuff. So, huh. Okay, upon reaching Tome 1, Heroic Tomes can appear as rewards. Heroic Tomes are consumable items that give you the ability to craft unstockable Heroic Jewels at Wayfinders. Okay. Dude, the crazy thing about this is also you're gonna get like, you know, perfect jewels, right? And gems right away. This is like the same as Grand. There's like half a Grand Skull and half a Grand Diamond. Why did it do this? The same thing in Season 7, right? Where we had like this insane amount of armor and rest on the gems in addition to the effects. Like it would be more interesting if we actually had to choose, or like not choose, but you know, kind of make up for not having the skulls and the diamonds. Ugh. Seal of Control. While you have 2 or more Arcana from the School of Control equipped, gain 45% control effect duration and 30 lucky hit. That's pretty powerful. 25 movement speed and 15 crit, so that's literally like a Season 7 power. 30% more barrier and 45 and Thorns, the same. 5% damage reduction and 1% maximum resistance to all. Dude, all this stuff is from Season 7, right? This... whatever. Yeah, this one is nuts. Please delete this. So that's pretty nuts. This might actually be like a nice upside of getting more loot, right? Wow, you just get just infinite resources basically. That is kind of nuts. Infusions are 150% more potent. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait, so what are the infusions again? This is like where you change damage types, right? So you can actually like permanently deactivate stuff like Water, Chilling Wind, and so on. Suppressor as well with this. Because this just becomes a lucky hit now. Unless this is only from the catalytic skill. But the catalytic skill already has the effect built in, so you don't need this. So this should be part of your skill, not of your catalytic skill. So you should be able to like actually like take this and just like deactivate everything you want. But yeah, cooldown kinda nuts. This is good. This is pretty OP. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. It's also not bad. Okay, it's a bunch of good ones for sure. Can you just say Tornado deals less damage than basics now? Yeah, not surprising. Okay, we've seen this. Features offered for testing. Okay, how to provide feedback. Okay, let's see the patch notes, guys. Here we are. Wait. Why is this here and not here? What? Wait, it's both. Kind of random. Okay, fresh. That is a big buff to fresh. I wonder how much they nerf stuff like Moonrise and so on. But this is pretty big. Okay. Doing Fist, okay. Thunder Spike. I mean, fresh is ability you actually have on max roll. So that could be something now. I mean, none of this matters. Because it's a Thorns build. Killing enemy while the hunter is present reduces its cooldown by 5 seconds. Hitting a boss reduces its cooldown by 1 second. I would argue this is an upgrade over what this is. Okay. Alright. Anyway. Oh, they changed Noxus Resonance. Uh oh. Okay, so they did buff the single target, but they nerfed it overall a lot. Like I was hoping for them to like buff single target of poison builds, but this is a insane nerf. Wait, how much actually? Yeah. Unlucky, guys. I mean, minus 1.5k, I guess. Oh shit. Alright. Unlucky. Now, okay, it does get a bit stronger. It does have the infinite ramp. And we can now actually scale some damage types that help. Because this crit damage, I think, doesn't actually go into the dot that you usually do. So we can now actually scale additive damage to a lot more. So let's say it has like 50% extra. Let's say we get like double from just more additive. Yeah, you don't really get all of it back. But together with the infinite ramp, it might be still fine. We'll see. Maybe it's fine. Okay, nourishment. Does that matter for anything? No. Okay. Acceleration. 3 seconds. After use evade or use a mobility skill. Okay, that was actually a nice update. I like that. This might actually be playable now. Like, this was just kind of bad. This was actually playable, I'd say. If you have like a Soar, it's like Soar, Rushing Claw, right? Hunter doesn't actually count as mobility, I think. Which is kind of a joke, considering that this is like the main mobility skill of the entire class. But it doesn't have the mobility tag. Okay, Deflection. Counterattack reflects incoming raisings back out again with 50% increased damage. Other small missiles are also deflected. And for some reason they kept this part. Okay, is that good enough? That is probably not good enough. If they didn't do any other updates to Razor Wings, this is not good enough. Like, Razor Wings right now is not actually played with this. It's played like a Scuffed Hammerdin. Similar to all the other Policy's tempo builds, just bad. And this will not be enough to make that worth it, because the thing is the spiraling Razor Wings actually become linear Razor Wings when they get deflected. They don't spiral again. Which I think is good. I would actually like to play a Razor Wings build that is like a real, like, you know, ranged Razor Wings, you know, like shoot them as range and then try to position them so that they get hit again and stuff like that, right? That stuff could be cool. But this is not anywhere close to enough. Zepasontic. Slight nerf, I guess that's expected with the changes. Which is fine. Okay, Paragon. Gain 20% attack speed and 50% damage for 5 seconds when you dodge or block. Yeah, that is actually usable now. Or is it? Would we use this over conversions? Probably not really. Conversions now works already built, including the physical builds. But I guess it's like on the level of the others at least. Drive is also usable now. Wow. Okay, conversions. Wait, what? Equal to 3.5% of all your bonuses to damage of physical, fire, lightning, cold, poison, shadow combined. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this means 18, 21 with non-physical, so should be fine, I guess. It should probably still stack itself pretty much. It seems needlessly complicated. But I guess it just stacks itself still anyway, right? So if I have 100% non-physical, 100% of all of the others, I get 21% of this. So actually it doesn't stack itself. This might actually be kind of tough. And the conversions board has... This is 40, 60, 70, 140, 140. Nah, that's fine actually. It's almost fine. Really now? Triggered, man. Fucking triggered. Is that like another non-physical? Actually, it's triggered. Okay. Loot updates. Drop chance of legendary runes has slightly increased. Levels have additional small chance of dropping a legendary rune. All other city runs now reward at least one rune. Wait, is that only those with tributes? Runes tribute. Drop rate slightly reduced across the board. What does slightly mean? I think I should reduce the drop rates of all tributes massively, honestly. And just buff the shit out of those tributes. Okay, Tribute of Titans. Drop rate significantly reduced from their bosses. Drop rate heavily increased from all randomized tribute sources. Okay, that's a start. Tribute of Harmony can now infrequently drop from all random tribute sources. Drop rate 9 dimension cities has been reduced. Okay, seasonal 9 dimension rotation. Wait, what? Oh, these are... Wait. Are they really making 2 lists of 9 dimension rotations? Because this is like the Vessel of Hatred part? Yeah, this is only the Vessel of Hatred. It's basically every dungeon. Okay. Dude, how many people are gonna get confused by this? Okay, base game. Let's go. They nerfed Pain Gorgeous even though it's damage side because it doesn't scale. Yeah, I think that they are not aware that Pain Gorgeous does nothing. That's probably why basic attacks are so bad right now. Because they think that Pain Gorgeous do something, but they don't. Maybe they fixed it. Maybe Stormclaw. Dude, Danger, what's the Stormclaw angle here? People are hyped. They hear basic builds, they want to play Stormclaw. The nerfed Raphael too. Oh god. Earth Spike TBH. Holy. I tried making an Earth Spike build at some point. Definitely better than Tornado. All the stuff is next season. Okay, we saw the new stuff. Balance updates. Shard of Raphael. Okay, it's not too bad. Pain Gorgeous, literally irrelevant. Moonrise. Okay, so this is like a minus 1/6. This is a minus 20%. This is actually a nerf to like Spiritborn. Because like all the good builds on Spiritborn are all run Moonrise. I guess not anymore now. Okay, aspect of adaptability. Basic skills generate 5 primary resource once per skill. Basic skills deal 0.6 increased damage for each point of primary resource you have. What? Okay, that is actually cracked now. I wonder if that has like some weird behavior similar to Capeleke. If that scales like Capeleke, this could actually be insane buff to Spiritborn. Like typical Capeleke builds have like, I don't know, let's say 220 resource. So it's definitely an upgrade. I only need 166 resource. Okay, so just go adaptability now instead of Moonrise. So they might be buffing Spiritborn because of that. And in general, this is kind of strong. You can put this on a neck as well, or a two-handed. Definitely good for Spiritborn. Not sure about the other classes. Each classes also have a lot of maximum resources. Barbs, I guess. They have a lot of fury on the Paragon and from Ravanadni and stuff. And there's like Shaco. True, it's a resource. Every single resource-based thing that did got nerfed. Like what? They said that times 3 basic skill damage, yes. So basic is gonna be like more impactful now early on, but then like if you think that this will really shift the meta in a big way, I don't think so for most builds. Like a lot of the basic builds are really that far down. Like here is Thrash, here is Bash. We don't even have Stormclaw listed. It's literally archived. Like these builds, you know, they're like a times 100 multiplier away from this or so. Like this random times 3 will not do it. And on top of this, they nerfed some of the other things. So the effect is like maybe a ×2 at the end or something, if that, right? So maybe some of this stuff will move up to like B here or so. And okay, some of this stuff is also like more overpower based than probably most of the basic builds are. So this might also kind of like shift things a bit. Yeah, Rock Splitter is probably going to be very good. I think I expect this like as a basic attack build to be very strong. With the new pants maybe. And then, we'll see. That was definitely strong though. Okay, Barbarian. Buff, buff, buff. Dude, that's gonna be wild, man. Ugh, you're gonna load up your first character, he's just gonna start like flaying. Like, what is this, man? 115%. How much does a core skill do on the Barb? 52 per second. 98. 132. Okay, upheaval beats it. Barely, but it also needs like 3 times longer to use. And a double swing. I just think that's the same as Rend. This does the same as Rend. What? Leap. Okay. Okay. Movement speed penalty is now additive instead of manipulative. How much is it actually? 30%? Leveling enhanced with all the basic skills buffed to the moon. Dude, we have so many builds that, you know, basically from level 10, just blast through penitent difficulty. Like, why, you know? Why do we even have difficulty settings at this point? This is actually a buff to movement, not a nerf. So it's gonna be easier to cap your movement now. Okay, Outburst. Now grants at least 1 thorns per maximum bonus health regardless of play level. Ugly Bastard now requires Wrath of Berserker instead of only berserking. Okay, I think that's a nice change. Not actually a buff. Chance of Bash to hit twice. Yeah, Bash might actually be a thing, I suppose. Hemorrhage. Okay. We just get it now, I guess. Same here. And same here. I mean, this is like, what? Like here's like, okay, you gain 45% extra damage. And then you get 15% attack speed. Like, one is not like the other. Like, what is this, man? Like, this is the update to Carnage? It's actually a nerf? What? Back to Bash. Yeah, I didn't like Bash Barb that much. But I think it's okay to have a build like Bash Barb in the game. That's like an okay build, but like back when it was like the meta, and that was the only thing, that was a bit boring. You got an 800 Ancestral Ray. I want to see that clock down. Make a screenshot. Yeah, we're gonna go for everything, guys. We're going down. Decimator. You did 20% increased damage to vulnerable. Your overpower deal 20% increased damage. Okay, so there's actually a nerf to Decimator. Consecutive attacking with the same weapon increase a critical strike chance by plus 15. Like there's a 15 additive crit buff and a 15 additive attack speed buff, and then there's like 45, 45, 20, 20. Like, what? Like, why did it not update these properly? Okay, Earthquakes here 45% increased damage. Yeah, okay. So that's quite a nerf here. This is like half damage for Earthquakes. That sounds okay. Druid. Oh my god. 90%? This is 120, this is 140. Dude, all these cold skills have ridiculous numbers here actually on Druid. What is going on? Dude, he's gonna like walk around and like Earth Spike everything to death now. Like, what is going on? Wind shear 60%. Earth Spike, yeah, Earth Spike actually has like an aspect as well. A pretty good one. Every 10 seconds your next pulverize will overpower. Okay. Fortify, damage bonus. Why are they making debilitating roar into a damage skill? I don't like that. Crazy rage buffed. You are unstoppable. Okay. New deal, increased poison damage. So it's basically a buff to Boulder and nothing else, I guess. Damage reduction nerfed. More basic skill generation bonus. Who cares about that now? You just kill everything for basic skill. Okay. Nature's Fury. Needed to represent more earth and stone damage, and these skills count as both. Okay, something. Gain 30% maximum life, 30% more damage, and 100% overpower bonus while in Barbarian form, and for 5 seconds after leaving it. Okay, legendary aspects. Polarise is now an Earth skill. After the overpower, the Earth skill cooldowns are reduced by 4 seconds. That is really nice, actually. I like that. Yeah, fuck that it don't have spikes. Okay. Mangled. 10% maximum spirit generation per second. Okay, whatever. But it might be good for early game. Dude, am I gonna season start a Druid? No, it's Earth cooldowns are reduced by 4 seconds, so this means Bulwark and Petrify. But I mean, that's kind of nice. No one uses Toxic Claws, just make it a multi. Yeah, it's basically just for boulders now, right? I mean, I would log in for a Pulverize Druid start, man. Like, if that actually turns out to be a good build, like you log in, you start blasting as Pulverize, you get that thing, you press Petrify every 5 seconds. Like, it sounds pretty good, actually. And Rabbit Bear, let's see. Mangled. Okay, what is this? While Grizzly Rage is active, your direct damage is converted into poison. You deal force to put some poison and passively spread rabies. So there we go. So now we can actually use Toxic Claws, I guess. Do you have any other benefits of poison damage? Cinerat. Oh, wait. I mean, you passively spread rabies. Depends on how fast it is. But it's so easy to get like poisons on your enemies now anyway these days. Like everything else just has poisons, right? But yeah, there's not really a benefit. It's just flavor. But I guess the 40% extra damage is kind of okay. But would we actually use that over like a real aspect? You don't have that many slots. Yo, Tsukasa, thanks man. D4 saved. Are you happy with the patch? Yeah, poison. This is not dot. Poison is hit. Poisoning is dot, Nothing here says dot. So nothing with like infinite scaling. This is just, it converts to poison and then you deal 40% more poison and you get rabies. So, I mean, rabies is way too far away. Like, rabies is not gonna do anything, even with this infinite scaling, forget it. Like, we have some dot builds in the game that are actually good, like Blight or like something like Poison TB and stuff like that. Like, that stuff has some potential to be actually really good now with this, you know, like infinite scaling. Not rabies, forget it. This is a buff. Okay. Mjolnir, good riddance. Alright, Reap. Hemorrhage, Decompose. Okay. Soul Rift no longer grants a barrier. Damage bonus. Ouch. They didn't say that. Okay. Wait a minute. They didn't say that. Yeah. Okay. Alright. So every Necro build just loses like 40% damage or something. Yeah, I don't think that defense is such a problem. Like, you still get barriers. You still have this here. Like, a lot of Necro stuff has good lucky hits. So you can use that. And worst case, you still have stuff like, you know, Ultimate Shadow and like this generate barrier from your ultimates and stuff. But yeah, we'll see. Affliction, damage bonus kept at 400. Yeah, I don't think that really did anything, right? I know Macro was like playing around with this lately, but whatever. Condis. Frenzy Barb pipe. Is it time, Condis? For a frenzy? Dude, a frenzy barb with the cleave thing could actually be something. That did say 75 to 50 nerf, and also Mjolnir ring 100 to 40. Yeah, this ring is fucking dead now. Unless you're really starved for resources. I mean, there are some builds that are pretty starved, but they can always solve that. This seems pretty dead now. Druid is F. Now, I'm actually very excited for Polarize, I gotta say. Actually, there was no mention of Cataclysm here, right? Is this the only nerf to Cataclysm? I just realized. There's this. Okay, slight DR nerf, who cares? Hey, did they actually nerf Cataclysm? No, right? Rune Workers. Ah, this is the thing. Ah, yeah, true, Rune Workers. So this was pretty important here. Okay, so 15% for every 100 willpower. So if you had like 3k, that was 450. Oh, this is like a minus 90%. Okay, yeah, goodbye. But it's not only the lightning bolts, right? Is it only the lightning bolts that does damage? I'm not 100% sure how that works. What do I think so far? Lots of nerfs in here. And honestly, a lot of the nerfs are actually in the right spots, so it makes me somewhat excited. The season theme is awful, but the patches so far are actually okay. I guess we'll see what actually comes out of this at the end. If you're gonna have good builds, like there needs to be at least like 1 or 2 good builds on every class, and then we'll see. Right now, like a lot of stuff got nuked really hard, but I'm not really sure what's rising up here. Mjolnir makes Calabi and lightning bolts. Wait, I want to see that again. Cataclysm receives the lightning bolt benefits. I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah, I didn't play Cataclysm, so I completely ignored that line. Alright, so this is why. In that case, it's actually nuked like crazy. But maybe playable. Did Victimize get nerfed? We'll find out. I mean, Victimize is not a thing that you can actually play right now, so it doesn't matter if they nerf it. That needs a rework at some point. Ossified Essence. Up to 100. Oof. Okay, Shadow Blight. Damage increased. Damage scaling reduced. Damage bonus capped. Now scales of shadow damage. I mean, yeah. Is that going to be usable? Overpower reduced. Okay. There's new aspects. Aspect of Decaying Humorous. Bone skills now deal shadow damage instead of physical. Enemies take 25% increased shadow damage after being hit by a bone skill. Interesting. And if that also adds the shadow tag, then you can actually do some funny stuff there, right? Like with all the shadow passives and stuff. Hydra Sorc login? Yeah, it sounds like it. Bone Prison is now a darkness skill and spawns a pool of blight. Your blight deals 6% increased damage while Bone Prison is active. Blech. Blech. Okay. Consecutive hits of Shadow Blight keep passive deal increased damage, resetting 6 seconds after the first. Maybe Shadow Blight is gonna be a thing. There's now mobility aspects. Blood Mist leaves a trail of desecrated ground. Gain further movement speed while Blood Mist is active and while standing on desecrated ground. Okay. Consume your corpse, increase your movement speeds. And whatever. Oh, they removed the evade stuff with the Blood Mist. That was actually a very interesting one. Why did they remove that? Okay, Deathless Visage, Echo damage reduced, Indiras reduced, Bloodless Scream. Okay, let's see. In Darkness skills, chill enemies for up to 100% and deal 100 to 200% increased damage to frozen enemies and bosses. Ooh. Every 800 times you damage enemies with Darkness skills only when enemies are feared before freezing them. Deal 200% increased damage to frozen enemies and bosses. That's actually an item now, huh? And the interesting part is you might actually be able to make like a build with more than one skill with this. Because you don't have tempers on a weapon and stuff. Yeah, I mean, the second effect is irrelevant, right? We don't care about that. We care about this. This is the fun part here, so... This seems like something. They really want to push Blight, I guess. Kind of interesting. In fact, the amulet has to cast twice. How much can you get? Not bad. Not bad. But there's gonna be bone, shadow, blood. Yeah. How does Sorc Hydra work? Yeah, the unique adds 2 heads, but they will others convert into extra damage basically. So it gives you like a baseline of heads that makes it like, you know, less reliant on getting like the perfect temper and the perfect masterwork on your weapon. So that's the idea. Bloodbath, okay. Well, definitely noticeable nerfs on Necro, I gotta say. This will be felt. Like all the overpower stuff is nerfed by default. And then they double nerfed overpower stuff. You're gonna feel this for sure. Blight might actually be like a really good build. I'm not sure about Shadow Blight, maybe even, or maybe combine the two. But they still didn't really fix like some issues like Flesh Eater, for example, right? Like Flesh Eater is just like some builds. I don't have an alternative to this. Can I get some like Paragon nodes that do something or something? That'd be cool. This only works for crit damage. Doesn't work for blight, so I have to go Flesh Eater. But I don't want to use corpses. And Necro Paragon is always despair, man. Hydra's an amulet build, easy. People are gonna gun for 0 cooldown on Blood Wave. Yeah, okay, but I mean, Blood Wave just lost like 80% of its damage, and like 30% of its damage, and like another 30% of its damage, and another 30% of its damage or so. Like, it's basically nerfed by like 90+%. I mean, it's probably gonna be playable still, right? You have it like up here, and it will probably be somewhere like here or so after the nerfs, but okay, I guess. He just got 200% from Bloodlust. He did not just get 200% from Bloodlust. He also gave up a normal weapon and a temper and an aspect. It's not just he get 200% from Bloodlust. He didn't use Bloodlust before. So the plus minus will be like a little bit, maybe, if you even use something. Okay, let's see rogues. Puncture. Dude, are we gonna do like a poison puncture attack build? Heartseeker, forceful, invigorating strike. I mean, Heartseeker is a build. And invigorating strike is a build. But they also, this got ×2, okay. Okay, sure. Supreme Death Trap. Uh-oh. Boss damage nerfed. Property damages unstoppable enemies. Okay, so I wonder if this actually means like more or less boss damage compared to the rest. I guess it depends. In general, boss damage nerfed, but also are going to do like high tier pushing and then stuff lives? Maybe it's more. It's twice as much damage instead of an extra hit. From the rank 5 pull. Huh? What are they talking about? I have no idea what this means. Improved flurry. Casting prey dashes to the target and heals you over 1.5 seconds. Okay. I mean, this alone just like solves this entire like healing problem that the helm gives you. Which is kind of weird. Breaking Concealment causes all skills for 4 seconds to be guaranteed critical strikes. Makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. Huh. I guess no more snapshotting with Dance of Knives. But overall, there's actually a pretty big buff to Concealment. In fact, wait a minute. We get Countering Concealment. Fuck, that's the wrong one. Gives all of its other bonuses for the full 5 seconds. Maybe actually. So it has a 60% move speed, 10% dodge. Unstoppable. Unhindered. 30% move speed. 60. Kind of interesting. But mostly an early game thing. Like late game, we don't care about this at all. Everyone has 100% crit and 100% vulnerable all the time. Close quarters combat. Damage bonus capped at 90. How the hell are you going to get to 90 anyway when you do this? Like, no way. Currently, with a 25% buff, we reach like 200%, maybe a little bit more sometimes. Like, I don't think I can even reach this anymore. Okay, anyway. Damage bonus capped at 90. Yeah, that's quite a nerf to rogues. Precision. Damage bonus capped at 360%. I don't know how impactful that is, but we can check. Rogue. Let's take like, I don't know, rapid fire. What do we have here? Oh, 950. All right. What about I don't know, Wind of Arrows. Wind of Arrows is actually a good build. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, that's kind of painful. All right, I can't get mixture. Potency bonus capped at 150. Wait, did they actually nerf this? They actually nerfed this. That's wild. Potency bonus capped at 150. I mean, okay, they nerfed all the other stuff as well. Is this a close quarter build actually? Or is he doing alchemical? He's doing alchemical. Current bonus 1222. Okay. Is Death Trap dead or just weaker? Well, if I look at this here, Death Trap is gonna be by far the best build again on Rogue. By far. Okay, I mean there's Poison Trap maybe. We'll see what happens there. And I mean, Victimize. Okay, let's see Victimize. Percent of vulnerable damage reduced from 150 to 20. Victimize bonus capped at 300. Victimize base damage increased from 60 to 90. Okay, so how does that even work these days? A feature that chance to cause an explosion, dealing 60% damage. Damage increased by 150 of a vulnerable bonus. Do we have a Victimize build? I know that Darkseid was trying something, but I don't think we actually have any rogue build that's based on Victimize. Probably not even Barrage. But we can check. What is this running? Close quarters. It's just physical barrage spam. Yeah, so I'm not sure how much you're gonna get. 150 of the vulnerable bonus. And I think this was also with Blizzard Marth and all, with the glyphs. So they probably had like 2,000 or 3,000 of this or something like that, if I had to guess. So this means, yeah. Alright then. I mean, Victimize was not playable and it's just dead now completely, so even with the nerfs to all the other key passives, this is just completely dead right now. Like the main problem it has is that it has a cooldown and you can't proc it again in that like 1 second cooldown or something. So it's like completely scuffed. When is this live? On a PTR next week, and season live is on 1st July. Yeah, I think the way this looks right now, Death Trap Rogue is still gonna be like a dominant build. It probably got nerfed less than most of the other good builds. Like Cataclysm got nerfed by something like 90 to 95%. Blood Wave and Bone Spear and these kind of things, probably in the same range to be honest. And okay, Death Trap also suffered from the overpower nerfs. So that is kind of big. And then a bunch of other dedicated nerfs to Death Trap. But Death Trap is just such a good build right now that I think it will remain one of the top builds, actually. Just not by such a margin. And they also nerfed everything else on the class, like on Rogue, for example. And I don't really see anything that's like, rising here. I mean, there's Eagle Horn, we can check that, and there's Poison Trap, maybe. Like, Poison Trap actually so far got out of this without any nerfs, from what I can see. And Poison Trap is actually currently a pretty good build. Okay, Energizing Aspect. Whatever. Infiltrator. Poison Trap no longer breaks stealth and triggers no cooldown or arm time. All Poison Traps activate when you exit stealth and begin Poison Traps cooldown. Poison Traps cooldown is reduced by 50%. Now utility. Huh. I mean, realistically, we don't really run this anyway, but it might be like a nice early game thing. Cheats. Ooh. That's not bad. Okay, what are shadows? Shadow immune deals 10% increased damage per skill rank of the imbued skill. I like that. Every 10 seconds, when the imbued skill hits an enemy, you trigger a large explosion dealing extra damage, applying Shadow Immune to each enemy it hits. Yeah, every 10 seconds is a bit long. Is that enough? I mean, it just giga nerfed the potency and stuff. But maybe this is something. I'll try it. Shadow Penshot, man. Okay, Bursting Venoms. Poison with skills have a 35% chance to deploy a Poison Trap while they have Poison Trap equipped. Okay, so no infinite Poison Imbue anymore. Lucky hit, huh? Oh, that is actually interesting. Are we playing Poison Trap with Barrage now instead of actually pressing Poison Trap? Which is kind of weird. I mean, okay, let's say we have like 200% lucky hit bonus. Barrage is 16. You shoot 10 arrows. It's 160. It's 500. Like every barrage will produce 1.5 poison traps. And a ridiculous amount of like exposure procs or something. Yeah. Why is it in the rogue section? Yeah, I kind of forgot about Dark Dance. So this is actually a very strong aspect. It's 80% multi. So if you constantly spend life with your flurry, it's kind of good. You can't spam Poison Imbue anymore. Oh, you can. This is not a problem. Okay, penetrating shot bounces off walls and deals 80% increased damage. Can't they just make this like a proper, like, I don't know, heat-seeking missile or something? Like, what is the obsession with the fucking walls? Ice in the dark. After this 200% increased damage and rearm itself can only happen every 10 seconds. It's kind of like a random way to nerf this, man. But okay. Now the thing is that probably in many cases you just cast your trap way too often anyway. And this rearm might not actually really matter because you can only have 3 death traps out anyway at once. So I don't think this will actually really matter. This might actually be a buff. I'm not 100% sure about the exact mechanics here though. But this could actually be a buff. Because you cast the death traps so fast that they just despawn. So this might not actually matter with the rearm. And Dance Macabre. Yeah, that's very good. That's a good change. Okay, Tricks of the Trade. Enemies damaged by your marksman skills. Interesting. I like that change actually, that's cool. Maybe they could make the number a little bit larger. Because this is just kind of like always active. And here you actually have to like, hit them first. For each equipped imbuement skill. Oh, you don't even have to use it anymore. That's a kind of weird update. But I guess it does clean up the buff bar a little bit. You're counting on poison trap to trigger the reset on poison view. I mean, that is one thing. You have 100% chance to reset your poison view with poison trap when you have the unique glove. But also poison imbuement itself can reset itself with lucky hits. You can do that. Did they juice Druid? Well, they giga nerfed Cataclysm. And they maybe buffed Pulverize. The boiler says maybe Earthspike is a thing. Overall, not that much juicing though. How can it be buffed when you get more damage once per 10 seconds? And because of what I just explained, there can only be 3 death traps. And if you just spam them like, they just despawn. So I think it's very likely that this rearm nerf here doesn't actually do anything. Because you just cast way too fast anyway. Okay, let's see Sorcs. Frostbolt, Arclash, Firebolt, okay. Spark. Lightning Spear, that's a lot of damage. Stun duration, okay. Hydra no longer has a mana cost. Wait, Hydra has no mana cost and no cooldown now? It's just a free spell? What? What? It just has no mana cost now. Okay. Combustion. Up to 100%. So right now it's like 10,000%, right? So, oof. Veer's Mastery. 300% of the damage. 25% chance to arc. Okay, so higher chance. Less damage. Okay, so it's a slight nerf, I think. Maybe not even. Enlightenment, okay. While enlightened, your damage bonuses are equal, your highest bonus among them. And you gain 70 mana attack speed. Oh man, that is a shitty redesign. Well, if you even want to call it redesign. I mean, they probably fixed all of the like double dipping and bugs, if you look at this. So it's like roughly double damage while it's up and nothing while it's down. I don't know, man. They should make this better. It's probably more than double damage actually, because you still have this here. They should have just deleted this line, to be honest. Okay, Serpentine Aspect. Casting Hydra consumes all your mana to increase its damage by 2.5 per mana spent. Whoa. Okay then. Increase the crit damage of pyromancy skills, double this against healthy. I wonder if Hydra is going to be like a dot build or a direct damage build. But with this combustion nerf, they didn't nerf the searing heat. So I guess... oh, sorry. Jesus Ferocity. Yeah. So this is probably like a direct damage build now. Not a burn build. Although, I mean, you have the infinite scaling. The damage is now at a 10 seconds cooldown, not just a rearm. Wait, let me see that again. Ice in the Dark. Well, if that's the case, you're not even going to use Ice in the Dark, right? Well, you might need your Aftermath ranks. But I think you can temper Aftermath. Your next Death Trap will deal 20% increased damage and rearm itself. Oh shit, you're right. Okay. I missed this part here. Yeah, okay, so this is kind of dead in that case. I don't think you're gonna run these pants anymore. So that was my mistake here. Okay, where were we? Serpentine. 3 curses. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hydra is gonna be like a crit build, not a dot build. Because Combustion Nerf is kinda nuts. You only get 50% increased damage. Additional 20% if you're burning, up to 100%. So is it like 50 and then another 100? Or is it just like up to 100? I guess it's like 2 separate modifiers, so it's like a ×3, I guess, for burn. Yeah, hard to say, really. I mean, you can ramp it really fast with the infinite scaling. So maybe you're gonna go dot. While enlighten, the damage bonuses of fire, lightning, and cold are equal to the highest bonus. Okay, so it's not equal to them combined, it's equal to the highest. Okay, so this is the nerf here. So this instantly kills all of the shenanigans and all of the double dipping and so on, basically. Or most of it, at least. Alright. I still don't really like how this works though, with like, you know, it's either up or down. Like it should be a bit more like consistent. Like it just doesn't feel great, even like this, I think. Yeah, I think enlightenment will be kind of like a niche thing now. Like it will be used for some stuff like, you know, ice shards, right? With Azure Wrath, for example, or something like that. Because you can't profit from any other key passive. Or stuff, these kind of things, like these proc builds, maybe. Oh. Okay. Combusting a retreat to like 10k right now, burn builds are dead. I mean, a lot of stuff got nerfed by like, you know, 90% plus or so. So I wouldn't really say that they're dead by default. We'll see. Did it say if dungeon escalation is permanent? Yeah, I'm not really sure. It could be. Battle caster maximum stacks 10. This is 10 ranks, right? That's a lot of ranks. Shivering aspect. After the wording to reference how much chill staggering they've built up. Okay, splintering energy. Critical hits cause the spear to arc, dealing 60% of normal damage. Lightning spear is forcing increased damage. Okay, so previously you got 200% of a crit damage bonus as extra multi for this, which is like a, you know, times 30, times 40, or something like that. Yeah. Like the one thing I'm actually upset about the most is that they just kept this number. They should have nerfed this number as well. Because you still have the same fucking problem. Like you walk up to the boss and you have 0 damage. Like they need to reduce this number. And this also means if Lightning Spear ever gets strong enough to actually kill shit, it's just gonna, like, you know, be ridiculous again. Because it just clears entire screens, you know, with spears flying everywhere. Like they need to reduce this number. And then not nerf the damage that much. And this would actually feel a lot better. Yeah, sounds like it's gonna be pretty dead actually. You have 3000 plus on your build. Sounds like a times 60. This is not even 100% of the base damage together, the 40% and the 60. Yeah, exactly. They needed to do this like maybe arcs to 1 or arcs to 2 enemies, and that's it. Like arcs to the target and 1 other enemy or something. And then, you know, maybe, you know, like delete this part and make this a bit higher. And then this would maybe be okay. Maybe this is so bad, it's only 75 increase against single target and nothing on trash. Well, I mean, this is like kind of comparable though, no? And you also get damage reduction, no? You also get a 25 DR. And you boost the Spiritborn class. Yeah, Spiritborn is so far getting out of this the best, I think. I think it's actually a nerf fiesta, man. Okay, tempering. Okay. Loot updates. What? Okay. A random royal gem or higher. Okay. Okay. Can you also maybe make Kickstarf actually like, you know, an assassin, like a dangerous enemy or something? That'll be nice. Mm-hmm. Actually, I forgot to mention this in the summary. Fuck. It says stabilizing Fiesta. I mean, it's definitely needed. I think a lot of people will be upset, but I think it's needed. And it's gonna make like the build, the balance, like the build like variety, it will feel a lot better, I think. Even if it's gonna be like more of a struggle to actually, you know, get everything online and do T4 farming and stuff. But it actually sounds like we get into a spot where, you know, progressing into Torment 4 matters, and it's not trivial. And that's actually good. You got the evade build, clearing pit 93. 93 on evade. Wait, can I see that? That seems kind of nuts. Yeah, Spiritborn is going to be a pretty strong class next season, I think. Because everything just got so mega nerfed. Like, Spiritborn actually got out of this with almost nothing so far. Like, the overpower nerfs, okay. But we weren't completely relying on overpowers. Buff Spiritborn by nerfing everyone else, yes. Okay. New affixes, let's see this, yeah. Heraldic Reserves. Wait, I think I've seen this. Equipment Delve, Power Shrines, Forgotten Wisdom, Treasure Breach, Seasonal Rotation. So they actually changed the 9% rotation? Looks like it. Well, basically almost every single dungeon is listed here, so a few of them are not. I'm not gonna bother with that, okay. Miscellaneous. Summons now as Druid's companions and necromancer maintenance now inherit a lucky hit and overpower bonuses. Wait, wasn't that the case already? Added free loading screen tips to help players understand the difference between spending, draining, and consuming resource. Spending resource is the act of casting skills and a resource being reduced by an amount. Some mechanics in the game interact with spending, and the amount spent can be reduced with the resource cost reduction stat. Consuming resources counts as spending a resource for the purpose of interacting with ability mechanics. The amount consumed is fixed and cannot be lowered. Draining resource does not count as spending for the purpose of interacting with ability mechanics. The amount drained is fixed and cannot be lowered. So Kapeleka is actually this. So right now, resource cost reduction works for Kapeleka, which says both consume and spend. So I guess that too was changed. And as far as I know, payback does not interact with resource cost reduction, which is a consumption. But I guess we'll see what this looks like after patch. Did they talk about Opticide? No. Well, they did say they're gonna make like the first ranks of Masterworking cheaper and stuff. Fireball, Loyalty, Mantle, Quill, best builds. I mean, Quill also loses a lot to the overpower nerfs. But other than that, it actually didn't lose much. In fact, it got some other little gains, like you can now use adaptability aspect and some other small stuff maybe. And there's like potentially this poison thorn stuff, so Rock Splitter might be really good. Thrash is getting a buff, but I don't think that's enough. Razor Wing's getting a buff, but I don't think that's enough. Yeah, first 4 ranks is kind of cheap anyway. Yeah, tempo is unchanged. Yeah, they want to nerf like the weight crystals and souls, not just the opposite side of the masterworking. So you can like, you know, do the first ranks of masterworking easier and the reset. So that will definitely help a bit. Spiritborn gonna be meta. I do have some hopes for the Hydra stuff. I mean, okay, what builds actually are the least nerfed here? Like, first of all, what is not an overpower build? So this is not an overpower build, but it loses the combustion craziness. These are not overpower builds. Actually, I think Barb is gonna be the strongest. Like, Barb barely got nerfed. They nerfed the Earthquakes to like half or something, and that's it. I think Earthquake Barb is gonna be like by far the best, actually, when I look at this. Like, they're already really good, and they just lose the least. Now we're gonna see minion Barbs is not supposed to have more than 12 minions at the same time, though, so they're probably fixing that now. Let's see. Oof. Okay, no mention of the minion Barb. Monka. What? Okay, to fix the overpower snapshot. Oh. Do you finally learn what is the maximum number of lightning spears you can have out? Mm-hmm. No Spiritborn bug fix? Oh wait, it's like for the operate. Dude, when you get like the second expansion, it's like gonna be like expansion 2 patch notes, expansion 1 patch notes, overall game patch notes. Oh my god. Can't they just put it into one? Fix the issue with the Arcana and did not properly display Infernal Hordes under certain conditions. Wait, that's actually a Season 9 patch. That's not a Season 8 patch. Okay. A lot of nerfs, man. A lot of nerfs now. I didn't really do the math on all the builds now, but yeah, let's say like 80 or 90% or more nerf. Yes. 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 No. No. I can't tell really, but yes. No. Yes. Yes. Here I'm not sure really. Yes, I guess. Enlightenment. No, no. Okay, so I guess almost everything but the early Earthquake stuff here is nerfed by at least 90% in like the top 12 or something. So Earthquake is looking really strong, I think. Again. And then Companion is pretty far up, to be fair, huh? Look at that. I mean, this is suffering from Overpower nerf. This is suffering from Overpower nerf. This gets a big nerf to precision, but I mean, Rain of Arrows is gonna be okay, I think. This is gonna be okay. They might be okay. This might be fine. This is gonna get buffed, I think. Nerf. No idea. Minions seem to be fine. Minions might be pretty far up, actually. Nerf. Well, yeah, I'm not really sure if like these builds actually run all power or not. Maybe. So I guess Enlightenment is like everywhere, basically. So this is gonna get nerfed by that stuff. This is Overpower. Overpower. I think this is probably also Overpower. 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 So all these builds will go down. Flurry also has an Overpower variant, but I'm not sure how much bigger that is than like the normal. This is actually getting maybe a buff, or at least neutral. Overpower, 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 Overpower. Oof. Polarize might be pretty good now, but it's also Overpower, but then it gets like the poison shenanigans, so maybe it's fine. Detch. Same, I guess. This might be really good. We'll see about the dot builds here. The Polarized Poison is a joke. I don't think so. Like the one thing that Polarize needs is boss damage, and for that a 10 seconds cooldown is okay. Every 10 seconds, Polarize forms a puddle that is 400% of its damage as poisoning. It depends on how that 400% scales. Does it scale off the damage done, including crit and overpower, or does it scale off the base damage of the skill? Polarizing the puddle splashes an additional 40% within the area and around it. You can potentially even shotgun. That's a lot of resource cost reduction. So trying to combine this with like banish lords is not happening, for example. Yeah, we'll see if there's gonna be something. It does have good stats. It has a chance of polarize, willpower, no life though. That didn't touch momentum. Yeah, momentum is definitely like more competitive now, at least. It just has a bunch of like nice bonuses. What's the reason to play Diablo right now since they announced a new patch? Maybe to have fun. There's a lack of slots for aspects of a two-hander. Yeah, I mean you have like starters. You have this weapon that leaves you with like amulet, one ring, and a glove. And that's it. One of them needs to be the polarizes on Earth scale. One of them is the polarized shockwave. And then you have like changing stat, and that's it, or retaliation, I guess. You don't even have sports for changeling. And then you have Rasilis, Shroud, maybe Tibbles or some other normal pants. Probably Wild Heart Hunger. Yeah, and this is it. So the setup is pretty clear, I think. So the question is this good enough? Deals 400% of its damage as poisoning over 6 seconds. Yeah, it seems kind of weak. If that does not scale with everything, if that scales off the base damage and it does like 40% of the base damage with no crit multi and no overpower multi and all that, then this is kind of worthless. Overpower nerf is minus 80% additive scaling per life. The fixed 10-second timer is a problem. Yeah, maybe it should just be a shorter timer. It's like maybe like every 3 seconds you can spawn a pool, and you can even overlap 2 of them or something like that, right? Or maybe even just something like every 3rd pulverize spawns one or something like that, right? So there's like a bunch of things. It's only level 60 item. Starting companion Druid, I'm probably gonna go Tornado. Yeah, Tornado is optimistic, let's say. I tried some human Tornado and that was awful. Like, actually awful. And nothing is really getting buffed there. You're making a Giga Hydra on Tuesday and nobody can stop me. Dude, Hydra is actually gonna be cool. I'm also gonna make a Hydra on Tuesday. So Hydra I'm gonna try, the Pulverize I'm gonna try. Poison Trap. Poison Trap is gonna be a thing. Poison Trap is kind of like under the radar here on these nerfs. Poison Trap is gonna be a thing. And I think honestly Death Trap is probably still a playable build and a pretty good build. Yeah, all the Earthquake stuff is really good still. Spiritborn is gonna be interesting. There's gonna be some stuff to try there. What's the difference between damage to poison enemies and poison damage if the build is already doing only poison damage? Well, damage to poison enemies will not work on the first hit. I'm not sure if it's still present, but there also used to be bugs where this straight up just did not apply for like poison imbue. But maybe that's fixed. And poison damage also has some other advantages, like on Rogue, Alchemical Admixture, key passive wants you to scale poison damage instead of damage to poisoned. Traps should be traps, not faking damage skills. Yeah, I think realistically they need to try to work more towards a game structure where multiple builds can contribute damage, right? Like if you're like a level 40 character and you have no legendary aspects equipped, you know, your Poison Trap can actually deal damage while you shoot your Heartseeker that does a little bit, and then whenever you have enough resources, you shoot your Barrage with your combo points, and that is like the big thing, right? So there's like some kind of damage distribution that actually makes sense. And then you go into endgame and you have legendaries and, you know, all this kind of like specialization into one specific skill, like tempo, unique, legendary, everything for only one thing. And then this whole like balance of different skills just falls completely apart, right? So they need to go back to, you know, the state where when you have no legendaries equipped, you know, multiple skills actually function. So this is like at least a long-term goal I think they should pursue. Especially with what they said about the potential skill tree rework and aspect rework. Like, I guess expansion. This is what they should be aiming for, you know? Worth testing Flurry. Might be worth testing Flurry. I don't really think it's gonna do that much. But yeah, I mean Flurry is here right now. It's like not a bad build, I guess. Seal, Vex, Tomful. He doesn't have Overpower here. Is that still a variant? Yeah. Banished Lord. Yeah, this might not be a thing anymore. So I guess I think for something like this, it's probably not really worth to go and build into Overpower anymore. How many stacks the ammo gives? Did I close something? You can now overexert yourself while casting Flurry, spending 10% of life and you don't have enough energy. Spending left, there's no stacks. It's just a buff for 5 seconds when it happens. Life, armor, move speed, Flurry. 800% stacks. They said it. Wait, for real? Well, okay, if that stacks, then this is actually very good. But it seems kind of weird that we have a stacking buff of a 50% attack speed effect. Okay, how fast can we attack? Maybe it is actually a thing. So you can attack roughly 4 times per second, let's say, with this breakpoint. So you can get 20 stacks. That's 1000% damage. Death Mask of Nirmitruk. It does look pretty fast. Thank you for the sub gifts, Varlicia. I mean, I don't see any stacking buff on the bar. But I think it just doesn't have an indicator at all. Yeah. I think there's like close quarters. I don't know what this is. And now he's running out of resources and spending life. And there's no new buff appearing. So it doesn't have an indicator right now. Accelerating, okay. And that animation, yeah, it does look kind of funky, I gotta say. Yeah, I can't really tell if it stacks. Like these animations, they don't really look like faster or slower. Yeah, it's hard to say. You have to test. I don't think it will stack though. This would be kind of weird if that stacks. That would be an insane buff if it stacks. Because you can actually get a 1000% damage bonus and 100% attack speed for, I guess, cap 2. Now, okay, occasionally you'll have too much resources. And not actually spend life and not get a stack. But even then, you're probably talking about like an 800% bonus or something, if that's stackable. Yeah, attack speed will stay the same anyway, because it is capped, right? You can only get 100% on one of the, which cap it buffs. Was it 25 stack on your skill? That's part of the flurry skill, like ramps. And it deals 1% increased damage up to 25 times. I think they need to make this buff way shorter, so that they actually feel the ramp a little bit. They need to make this buff like 2 seconds or something. And like maybe stack to 50. So I actually feel a bit of a ramp like on a boss or on an elite and so on, right? Like this, it is just like always active. So you don't feel any difference. They can just increase the number. You're gonna feel the ramp of self-destruct. Nah, you can heal very easily. You can just do this, yeah. But you can also just heal with siphoning strikes. That might be enough. The lucky hit is not terrible in flurry. So when you have 100% crit chance, you get 4 hits. Flurry has double damage, right? Okay, so no double hit. But yeah, even without any extra lucky hit, this is 85% chance, 80%. So it's like 2 out of 3 flurries give you a siphoning strike proc, which with Shroud heals you 4% with 3 points. And then how much healing do we have? Healing receives 57, so I get like 6% health. On average, like 4% health back per attack. It's just 3 ranks and siphoning strikes and a Shroud, without any like 8 bonuses. So worst case, you can equip a Fist of Fate. Then you can double that, you get like 8% back, 9% back anyway, and then you're fine. You just out heal it. Just with siphon strike on a single target. So this doesn't even count the clone. The clone will also proc it, right? Like you're gonna be fine. It's gonna be very easy. You don't even need that heal thing. You can do this here to get a higher damage. The problem is this reduces the energy cost. And if there's a stacking effect, you want to spend as much energy as possible and not get energy cost reduction, so that you more often spend life instead of energy. But if there's no stacking effect, and I think it makes no sense for there to be a stacking effect. If there's no stacking effect, then you just take this, you take a Starless, and then like, I don't know, every 5th flurry will cost energy, and the other 4 will cost life. So if that is like a ratio that we can expect, then maybe it's like 12.5. You're gonna regenerate that in 1.5 seconds. So it's like six flurry casts. One of them will cost energy, 5 will cost life. Yeah, so you need to regenerate like 8.5% life, and you will get that. So this will be no problem, I think. How does it work with Selic? Selic is only when you take damage, I think. Here you spend life. It's just not the same as like taking damage, I guess. And I mean, there's no other synergy with like Selic and anything. You're not gonna run Selic. Like, you're gonna be struggling for damage so much, and everyone, like, keep in mind, everyone gets tankier as well. Everyone gets 5% extra maximum rest now for free. So everyone's gonna be tankier than before. You don't go for like defensive choices like this anyway. This 5% extra rest means 20% extra toughness. What?
Game a bit lower.
Thanks, Ignatus.
The dog is moaning. Do you hear him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's because of your voice.
Dark Dance will be good. Do we have room for that? I mean, okay, equip that helm. You keep that. You keep this. Yeah, I guess like you put this here, you put Dark Dance there. It's like a minor upgrade. Like, overall, the build is not really gonna change much. It's gonna be like some Shadow Clone, Flurry, shenanigans. Almost the same stuff as this, I think. Just a different helm and one different aspect. And then you can focus a bit more on the healing, so you try to go for the siphoning strikes. Take that. I guess you can't do Fist of Fate, but you probably don't have to because you already have the clone giving you lucky hits. So you're gonna heal. Actually, he has the dash here. Doesn't he have this? So this is also just gonna out heal everything. Increase poison damage, increases poisoning. The new toxic claws affect poison dots. Yes. Like, basically the dot version of an element is always affected by the element itself, but not the other way around. I do have to say, considering this like Eagle Horn rework number 3, I'm a bit dissatisfied with the pen shot stuff. But maybe with the Shadow Imbue shenanigans we could do something. But then they also nerfed precision. Like, the problem is still that, precision is like a key passive that doesn't affect Shadow Imbue, right? Shadow Imbue just gets nothing here from this. Dude, what if we just play close quarters combat? It buffs the Shadow Imbue. And we can just spam, we don't need combo points. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if I can do Shadow Step and Shadow Imbue now. That would probably make some sense, right? Because you can do this. And you can do close quarters. This might actually be something. Wudijo Druid might be a thing again. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Definitely think it's life or time, not 10% straight. Yeah, okay, if that can stack, it's fine. If it doesn't stack, then you have a problem, I guess. Ugh. It's gonna be an interesting season, man. Everyone is actually gonna feel really weak, I think. Until we find like some crazy builds. I'm not sure how much potential there is for crazy builds. And the only stuff that actually looks like it's gonna be overperforming is the Earthquakes. Like, this seems good. This seems good. It apparently didn't even fix the minion Barb stuff. There should only be 12 Ancients, but they can have infinite. But even if they do fix that, it's gonna remain okay. And we still have this and this. Not Earth Spike. Yeah, Earth Spike login. It's just not really like a super fun setup, I guess. It's not gonna be fun. Highlight all the Barb builds. Yeah, they didn't nerf the Earthquakes enough. And I'm not 100% sure how much the Mighty Throw will be affected. Pit 100 looks like the new golden standard. Dude, Pit 100 looks like something that almost no one is going to do. Like, which build is going to do 100? Maybe the Earthquakes. And then what? The one's doing 110 currently. Yeah, okay, fair enough, I guess. Like a 90% nerf will put like a 110 build to 101, I guess. Okay, so I guess it will happen. Loyalties Mantle Jaguar build. Fresh does that. Fresh is Loyalties Mantle. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if that's still the case, but that used to be a thing. Rake also could do that. Now we have Harmony here these days. And this has Harlequin. Okay, so not really, I guess. We don't know San-Zero. The current top Spiritborn uses Mantle on Quill. Yeah, there's a way to build into the Jaguar main hall because it's bugged. It looks like they're not fixing any of those bugs, so we'll have to explore that. Yeah, I recently learned that there's like some double dipping on the Jaguar main hall, so this is why, I guess. Yeah. That's something I discovered when I was doing the Vashan setups. Like the Jaguar Spirit Hall was doing like 10 times the damage it should have. So this is probably why he's going for the loyalty and he's going like Jack and you know, Mystic Circles and like some other like generic buffs. Like Starless also buffs it, I think. The Mystic Circles buff it. Isn't a new damage or time jewel busted? If it doesn't have a cooldown, it's pretty busted, yes. It depends a little bit on how it works. Like, if you can stack it from every individual like hit of an ability that applies dot, that would be pretty nuts. Right. Wait, that's... After you deal damage over time to an enemy, they take 0.33% more damage for time from you forever. Like for example, Stinger or Spiritborn. Like you can apply a new dot like, you know, 5 times per second or something. Do I get this effect 5 times per second? Or do I get it like twice per second? Because dots usually tick at a rate of twice per second. Every 30 frames you get a dot tick. So if it's every 30 frames, it stacks somewhat slowly. But if I can actually stack this as often as I want to, by just applying more shit, then this could be pretty OP. Now here's another thing. As a Spiritborn, you can actually remove dots with Noxious Resonance. So if I just like hit fast enough and always remove the dots, do I get this effect and then instantly remove it and then free up the next hit to give me another stack? And if that works, then this could be actually busted. So this might be like a Spiritborn thing. Like Stinger with this might be insane. I need to make a Stinger. It doesn't remove the buff. The buff stays forever. They take more damage or time from you forever. Is there a way to just spam Poison Trap endlessly anyway? There is, yes. Like there is a Poison Trap build that Mateus made that is just spam Poison Trap. And it's actually pretty good. It actually does like in the 90s or something right now, and it's actually getting almost not nerfed at all. This might actually be the strongest rogue build out there next season. It's dealing damage with a dot, not applying one. Yeah, that depends, I guess. Like, you should be getting partial dot ticks, even if Noxious Resonance explodes it immediately. And this should give you the stack. And if that's how it works, then you can get a stack for every application with a Spiritborn. Like if I make a setup with 100% crit chance, which Stinger can do easily, yeah? Thanks to Partition and Starless. Then, you know, I hit, I apply the dot, I instantly explode it, and I get a stack. So if that works that way, for every cast, that's really good. Because then you cast like Stinger 3 times, 4 times per second. Every time you get the Pestilent Swarms. Then you have the Rune, also blocking more Pestilent Swarms. You get like 6 extra, you get like 3 extra per second. And there's like, you know, maybe other stuff you can do, like for example, Scourge applies dots. The new Spiritborn unique might be good. I mean, the new Spiritborn unique is very specialized. It's basically a rock splitter item, I think. Each attack damages close enemies for 300% of your thorns and applies 100% of your damage as poisoning. Each attack. So it works with like any skill, but only against close enemies, which is fine. We're always attacking close enemies anyway. +4 to Bastion. Yeah, I think you will probably have to make like a real build focus around thorns. Like an actual like poison, noxious resonance, thorns build. That's basically what it has to be. I mean, here it says each attack. So this sounds like, you know, a skill cast. It doesn't sound like every hit of a quill volley. That would be insane. This is gonna work like the Gorilla Hall. Casting a Gorilla skill is 100%. Yeah, I think that for Rock Splitter this could be a very good item. Rock Splitter should also be sufficiently tanky to just run this. And they said they're gonna nerf like the res on Jens and Rakanov, right? So if to do that, then you're probably not even gonna run those boots anymore. You just put Duelist there. Maybe Payback. Payback Thorns could be a thing, but not because of these pants, I think. Payback Thorns could be a thing because of scaling with Caprolacke and resources. These numbers are deliberately random. They'll be changed at the end of PTR, as they always do. Yeah, I mean, they will change some numbers and stuff. But for now, that's what we got, and that's what we have to expect. It won't work with Stinger. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that something like Stinger actually runs undealing hits. And your base damage is already like 2000 weapon damage, right? So you need like and then you have like, you know, skill ranks and whatnot. Like you have like, let's say 20 ranks. So your Stinger does like 300% on 2000 base damage. So it's like 6000. Like, how much thorns can you get? You get 3000 thorns from the glyph. Not this one. 3,000 here. And this is 300% of your thorns and 100% of this as poison. So what would be interesting is the 100% of poison. The poisoning is increased up to 300%. So let's say this is actually active, which is unlikely in many scenarios, but it will happen. Actually, it will not happen. Wait a minute. Yeah, you need this. Else you can't actually use it. You need this. You don't have space for that. So you can't benefit from the second part, basically. Only this. You get 300% of your thorns, which would be like 9,000. It is a lot of damage, honestly. It poisons of 100% of the base. This is 150% of the base. So I said that the stinger is at 6,000 with like 20 ranks. It's actually more than that, but let's say 6,000. 150 is 9,000. You get exactly that as poison, so it's like 9,000 base damage poison. Which is kind of interesting. Because this is actually exactly the same thorns and the same poison that you get from this. If you have only the glyph and 100% dodge, you have 9,000 thorns. And you get 100% of that as poisoning. Now the main problem is we need to get 100% dodge all the time, which means 100% counterattack all the time. So if you take this build, I guess you could remove Ravager. Ravager is not strictly required for this build. And then you can put in counterattack, which also gives you the 30% here. Which, well, actually doesn't work anymore, right? We don't actually scale crit damage anymore. Yeah, F. So it's basically 1, 2, and then nothing. Also, you can't really get to 100% dodge all the time. That's only possible on part of these tempo builds. Here, this won't actually happen. This is 13.3. Second shell gives you a 66% reduction. So you're gonna have 4.6 seconds cooldown on the 3-second timer. You can't really move the Hunter cooldown. We already have GA and double crit here. You can't really put a Shaco. Yeah, so you're gonna have a gap in this. Also, the other problem is we have a Rakanov here, and you don't have another place to put Duelist. And you kind of want that. Although it's not that important, it's mostly attack speed, because Furnace doesn't work for this. Yeah, but either way, I think trying to make like a Stinger, Thorns, hybrid, crossover shenanigans. I mean, even if you do this Thorn stuff, you lose another glyph. Or at least partial glyph. You also lose your pants. Okay, you get Dex life, which is fine. But you also lose an armor roll. The armored height active duration is kind of important. Because you don't have 100% otherwise. Then you have to put that on the neck maybe. I mean, that's an option. And I might try to make the stinger and try to put it in the pants. But I don't really have high hopes for it. Rock Splitter or like another build that already runs Thorns might be a better fit here. Like we already have Razor Blade. And this one's Adaptive Stances. Which also got buffed recently, right? And it's actually not that really nerf, it moved 3 points here. Oh, it's also gonna be interesting, like what do you temper in this case, right? Because now you suddenly have Thorns, Poison, your main skill. Like mobility damage probably doesn't even work anymore for this, which is actually very high temper. So this has to be like another temper, then this has to be like, I don't know, close temper or something. Razor Blade is immune to triple crit masterworking. Almost, yeah. I mean, you consider masterwork a better or worse roll, right? But it's like not that important. Why does it have to have golden cooldowns sometimes? Partly because you don't have momentum stacks. All the nerves to the basic skill aspects make me not want to run them with the pants. I mean this. Yeah. Interestingly, Rock Splitter is actually not getting buffed by this patch, it's getting nerfed. Like Moonrise is gonna be lower, adaptability is gonna be lower. And there's no compensation for it right now, right? And some people even do like overpower this stuff here. They get like Monique Sun or something. They get overpowers because they can actually overpower the Fawns currently, which is also not really gonna be a thing anymore. And Amazonic has been nerfed. Yeah. Yeah, this build is actually losing. And I'm not sure if like you even want to put it in the pants just like that, yeah. I mean, okay. You can not change the key passive. You can just not run Noxious Resonance. And just profit from the poison damage anyway. You don't have to go Noxious Resonance since they nerfed Noxious Resonance now, right? %180% and 20 to surrounding. The AoE damage is fine on this build anyway, you don't care that much about this. So this is an upgrade, but adaptive stances is fine. You just keep adaptive stances and let the poison run. But the thing is, it does 300% of your thorns. And this is not buffed by anything. So I don't think this will do any damage. This will not do damage, actually. Like, just the Rock Splitter ranks. Like, if you look at this, where is it? Here. Okay, we don't have Rock Splitter ranks, actually. But we have Moonrise, we have Adaptability, we have Zapazontek. Zapazontek is still a double damage. Then we have this 1.6. So what Moonrise neck? So what is the multiplier for Moonrise and adaptability compared to now? It's quite a loss. And then we have the Cyberzontek. So it's almost half the damage with the nerfs. But either way, like, it's still a pretty significant multi. This is 6.7 multi that the pants are not getting. And then there's also a double damage here. It's like another times 2. This will also not go up to the pants. Let's say you have this. So 13. How much of a nerf is it? It's a 41% nerf. So we have a 13 multi, and there's probably more stuff. Here's like mobility skill damage. This needs to be retempered to something else, because this will not apply to the pants. So I have to go for a smaller number there. Mobility is very high temper, you see this? What else? Follow through. This is 20, 20, 40 divided by 3. So it's a 26 multi. What else? Do we knock down? He has 3 points here. I'm not sure where the knockdown is coming from. I guess here. No, he doesn't have Mariana. I'm not gonna count dominant now, it's fine. This applies to everything. This, let's say, is a 10% bonus. Let's say half of this, 6%. Yeah. So this is like a factor of 20 that we don't have for the pants. And these pants will not work. Like, this is just thorns that doesn't get any of these things I just calculated. Like, like, if anything, we have to make a build for the pants. You can't use this in a Rock Splitter build. This is way too much. We get 300%. We get 300% and basically 300% again, right? Because we'll never get the second part. Because we have 100% block at all times. So we'll never retaliate with thorns. But we'll get 300% and then 300% again from the dot. Which makes this, okay, I mean... It's 30% of our total. With the problem that it's a dot, so it will not always fully run its course. We also gain a little bit of extra thorns here from the Bastion. But we lose some pretty significant stuff. And we lose some additive damage. So our rock splitter damage will be lower. But I do get pants that give us maybe like 30% extra damage. Or more. There's a bit of thorns here and then a bit of thorns there. So our overall thorns value is like 120 per bastion stack, right? If you just masterwork this up, it's gonna be like 5-6 ranks, a bit of thorns. It's gonna be like 1,000 thorns or so extra. It's like a third of a razor plate, which is like a sixth of the total of thorns you have or so. Extra. So this could make up for the loss in tempers, let's say, because we're gonna have smaller tempers to make sure we can buff the pants. And then it's Duelist versus this. Duelist is 25% attack speed. And you already have quite a lot, so probably like a damage loss of like 15. Plus a rune value. Also the rock splitter block chance. You can put it on a neck. The resistance might be a problem, but you can put it here. Or here. Okay, that's fine. Vortex size. That's fine, you can put it here. And then you lose layered wards. We don't actually lose Duelist because we have it here. We lose layered wards. And layered wards is like double toughness. And keeping high bulwark is, or high barrier is pretty important actually, because Paragons. You would maybe play a setup without Viscous Shield. And then just out heal it. With secondary Centipede maybe. How much damage does one Thorns do? Thorns is just an alternative to weapon damage as your baseline. It replaces the weapon damage basically. So usually Thorns has very high values compared to a weapon, but then, you know, it doesn't get buffed by skill ranks, for example. I think Hydra will be a thing, probably best build season 9. It's not that unlikely. The Hydra stuff does seem pretty promising. We need breakpoints, man. I don't have breakpoints for Spiritborn. Do you have like anything? No. Fuck. Feels bad, man. Like, I don't really know what's the fastest attacking skill on this class. Disparage. Like, I think we might want to try to make an actual build for these pens. But could that beat Rock Splitter? I don't know. I guess not. Unless we get something really big for it. And something really big would be... I know what it is. So this. Maybe. So this could work, maybe. Thanks, Kermit, by the way. Actually, we don't even... Do we need this? Yeah, we kind of want it, right? So either you do this, or you just go Quill again, right? Quill, rebounding. This could be the other solution. We don't really need to run Thrash, and then we get the two-handed weapon back. So do something like this. So we basically play Varshan, Spiritborn, but with Thorns. I have the build already. So we just do this. This might actually work. So we take this build and play it with the pants. It has temerity, and we can literally delete this. Okay. 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 Well, the cross touch can be changed now. This is here. Yeah, I think this might be something, actually. And then we put a razor plate there. We have Prodigy's Tempo to get our cooldowns. Yeah, I think this actually works. I think this is actually a build. This could work. It doesn't matter if it's per hit. What we care about is hitting enough for this. You might even run loyalty. Yeah, I will try this. Like, we can try to make a rock splitter build using the pants as an extra. Or I will try to do this with just the pants. Just the pants. Doing all of it. And they might actually carry this build. You're testing 4k armor versus 5k armor in T4, but can't tell if it made a difference. You can actually see your tooltip. You can see it make a difference there. If you attack, you see the weapon damage go up. And the difference should be, I don't know, something like 15% DPS or so. Quill volley every season. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Quill volley can proc Prodigy's Tempo, and Thrash can't. So if we do Thrash, you need cooldown somehow. Which means Jack and Shell, but then you don't have no Razor Plate to get Thorns. Here, you can just equip the Razor Plate and you're fine. At least they buffed Razor Wings from D to B. Yeah, I think it's hard to call this a buff. Dude, I wonder if Spiritborn is gonna be the strongest class in this patch. There's certainly some potential here. Dude, I hope they fix the fucking like PTR vendor, by the way. Like I don't want to click this like 1,000 times. Thorn's ring. Oh boy, Thorn's ring, you say? What are you even talking about? This one? Wound drinker. Incredible. They said that improves them. Yeah, maybe. Hmm. We need to find something for like generic damage here. Or we put the aspect for thorns. This one. When you dodge or block, you trigger 200% thorns against the attacker. Thorns damage dealt is a 45% chance to deal damage to all enemies around you and your minions. This will actually give it like ridiculous AoE, right? If you put a needle flare. But do we really want that? So if we do this, then we can get the stacking effect, right? So we can do the stacking effect of the pants. You get plus 300% on the poison. So it does 300% and then 300%. But this 300% can be buffed times 4. So this can be 300% and 1200%. So total 1500 instead of 600. Which is times 2.5 if this is fully stacked. That's a lot. But how often will you have this fully stacked? I mean, if the stacks have a combined timer and a refresh, this will be okay. I think you can get hit every 5 seconds in most scenarios. And then you can use this again. Balazan's Maxed Rattle. Maxed Rattle. How the hell do you say that? What are these names? Kekaleke? They buffed the protector. Yeah, I forgot about protector. Stack derived names. Thanks, Captain. Okay. I think enough cooking on this one now. I have to check out some Hydra stuff tomorrow. I think I'm gonna go batch, guys. Alright. Who do you rate? Just gonna raid macro today. Yo, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. Do more cooking tomorrow. There's work to do. And then we'll see. Good night.